At the time of recording, I was unaware of certain individuals' ethical beliefs. As a result, I've chosen to censor those whose values I do not support. Additionally, all funds generated by this video will be donated to the PCRF. And then, the PCRF.net, if you want to donate. It's kind of weird how bro's talking about he was unaware of Asmongold's beliefs, but he was on Hassan Piker's stream. Are you not aware of Hassan's beliefs as well, my guy? Like, I thought a little bit more highly of you, Be Me No Money. I thought you at least had a brain cell or two, but golly. Bro jumped down the whole rabbit hole. He didn't even stick his toe in. Now, obviously, Asmongold, whenever he caught wind of this, he had to get the clip channel out there on the damn clip. Alright, he already talked about this, so, here's the clip of him talking about this and his thoughts and opinions on the music video and him being censored in it.
Asmon censored Baby New Money video. So I heard that they were going to do this. I didn't know what they were going to do.
Context. Baby No Money released his new song today. And if you remember, Asmon was part of his music video shoot last year, but it turns out he was edited out of the final cut.
I don't have any, there's no ill will or any sort of like negativity about it. I just think that he doesn't want to be involved with my politics, and it was like from kind of a long time ago. And so yeah, Lambo, I don't know. I think that in most of the cases, people don't want to be heavy involved with like politics one way or another, right? Honestly, I felt bad about this whole situation because like, we recorded the video, everybody came out, and they weren't sure if they were going to use the video or not. Because like, I would feel bad about wasting his time and everybody else's time if like they feel like it's gonna make them look bad or whatever. But like, this is why I've moved a lot away from like collabing and doing anything with anybody else, because the amount of like hate that I get, like the amount of people that are like I was like number 8 on YouTube for like the most searched for term. There's a lot of people talking about my content, having opinions about me, etc. It's been so widespread, it puts a lot of pressure on people to have a viewpoint on it. Again, I like Baby No Money. I don't have any ill will towards him. I thought he's a great guy. I've talked to him multiple times. If he doesn't want to promote the kind of content that I do in my videos, that's his professional decision and that's his career. I'm not going to expect people to put their career on the line. A lot of people might not see it that way. They might care about it a lot more, but I try to see other people's perspectives, and I try to be honest, and I try to I try to be fair.
Man, Asmon's a better man than me, because I would have been pissed. I would have been like, you just wasted my whole day, that whole day, just gone. Pissed in the wind because you just even heard a rumor about me. Didn't even come to me to ask me if it's true. I heard a rumor, so I don't like you no more. It's like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. But before we get into the rest of the video, boys, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new, because we're trying to hit 30K. Yo, we're so close. We're doing good. I've been daily uploading for a year. Multiple videos within days now, all right? I have been keeping you guys up to date and torturing myself by going onto Twitter. If me sacrificing myself going on to Twitter to find you guys some great news isn't worth a subscribe, then I mean, like, at this point, is life even worth living for you? What's wrong? Tell me in the comments down below. If you're sad, just tell me in the comments down below. It's all right. It's all right. And while you're down there, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 30K so we can get that big, beautiful tank. All right. It's my one New Year's goal, because we kind of already blew past my first New Year's goal so fast. I'm not even gonna lie. It was really fast that we blew past my New Year's goal. And I would just like to thank you all again for, helping me out, realize my dreams. But, let's get back to the video. Like, I understand what Asmongold is saying. Like, maybe off screen, him and BB No Money are best buddies. Who knows? Maybe they lick ice cream together. I don't know. But for the most part, it's kind of weird to do this little backstabby shit where you're like, oh yeah, I want to be friends with all of your friends, but I don't like you. And it's just like, well, just don't invite me to this shit. Like, no, I'm going to invite you because, like, everyone likes you for some reason. So they're going to follow you any and everywhere you go. But I don't like you. So, whenever you come here, can you, like, get out of the way? Like, that's some weird... I understand that, BB No Money might have to be playing some, different politics games. All right, whenever you watch his music videos, you understand that his politics are probably very different from a lot of Asmongold's audience politics. Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing. But my guy, Asmongold's been doing this for at least a hot minute now. It's been almost at least 2 to 3 years he's been doing this whole little political arc on his entire channel. So you going to Austin, Texas, befriending all of his friends, doing all this content with them, and then for some reason you invite the guy that you don't support on to your music video stuff? Like, that just makes no sense. Like, if I was Asmongold, I'm like, bitch, wasting your time. You was wasting my time. You've had a whole year before that music video to think about do I or do I not support Asmongold? Let me look up this guy right quick. Like, this man was just going to Austin, Texas, siphoning off the cloud of any and everyone. Didn't even know who he was talking to. He could have been talking to a damn serial sexual harasser. He just did not care. He's like, oh, you got 1 million followers? Let me do a little dance. Let me do a little TikTok dance in your stream right quick. This man just has no idea who he's befriending at this point. He's just like, just as long as you got a following, I'm over there. Now, obviously, like every one of us that actually has a brain, we can all see and tell that this whole entire stunt that BB No Money was doing is completely performative. It is just completely performative because even he can say that he has actually talked to Asmongold and has had a at least halfway decent enough conversation with the man to where he allowed him into his music video, like my guy.
Oh boy,
Dude, it's gonna be hot, man. Thanks for coming out. Love you, for real. Nice to see you.
I'm excited, man.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Let's not act like you met this guy just the other day and you had no idea who he was. Like, let's both be honest here. This boy was in Austin, Texas trying to get these people in this music video for a hot minute. And I think Nuxtaku kind of sums this up pretty great. Alright, this is a pretty decent tweet that he made. You will be held to higher and higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please. Then you will make a mistake and they will devour you with glee. Please take this warning seriously. I like you. But you know, let's get back to the topic at hand. For the most part, it was a pretty decent song. I'm not even gonna lie. It was a pretty good song. I'm like, compared to a lot of the YouTuber music that's out now, I mean, like, there was a streamer that put out an album just the other day. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, they need to take that damn nigga away. He made a whole album with just war crimes. You could not listen to that shit. But literally, for the most part, I didn't mind the music in general. It was pretty decent. I'm not gonna be sitting here like, no, you know what? You did something that I disagree with, so everything you do is now worthless and meaningless. It wasn't. But for the most part, I kind of don't like that this man had a whole year to not only, you know, go over Asmongold's politics. It's not like Asmongold just blew up 2 seconds ago. The man's been doing this for a hot minute now. It's been about damn near 3 years he's been on this little grind he's on. But yeah, he had a whole year to just make a different music video altogether. If he didn't like the way that one turned out because Asmongold was in it, it's not like BB No Money had no money. I know his name is quite the oxymoron. The man has been doing good for himself now. Let me go ahead and preface this. I'm more of a young Gravy man myself when it comes down to this kind of music. Don't get me wrong, BB No Money does have some talent, but I do like myself some gravy. Alright, I'm a gravy train boy. But yeah, censoring Asmongold out of this music video is just dumb, right? This whole blur makes it kind of feel like this man is being apolitical, right? He's not trying to take a side whenever this man is saying, oh yeah, Asmongold is this problematic guy. I can't believe anyone will watch him. And then he goes on to Hassan's stream. Brother, you can't be doing this. You can't be like, oh yeah, I hate this guy over here. He's too radical, all right? He's radicalizing the youth. Other guy that's radicalizing the youth, hey, what's up? Brother, if you're gonna be apolitical, all right? Just be like, hey, I just don't do these politics. That's one thing. Don't do this whole, well, you see, that guy's the devil, but the guy that I like, his name is Lucifer. He's a pretty chill guy. I think you guys are just misunderstanding Lucifer. I think if you got to meet him, he's actually pretty chill. It's like, come on, my guy. We're all not stupid here. On top of that, this man used to be an Asmongold fan. Kind of weird how he switched up within a year. Oh man, love your content, so great. And it's just like, he's been kind of doing the same content he's doing now for over that year. It's kind of weird how just last year you had this man's face on your chest. Like, I feel like streamers are just an aesthetic to him. Like, he doesn't understand that a lot of people have a lot of different, you know, political and, you know, moral and ethical beliefs. I'm like, hell, even Hassan had to admit that, oh yeah, BB No Money used to love Asmongold more than me at one point.
BB No Money used to be a massive Asmongold head, and this recent turn that Asmongold has had, as I believe, caused him to second guess. He used to be a massive Asmongold fan.
But sadly, Asmongold didn't share the same political beliefs as BB No Money. So now he has to, I guess, waste his whole entire day. He just wasted a whole entire day over a year ago just to get back at Asmongold by censoring his face in a fucking music video. This is so stupid. This is the stupidest thing ever. Almost as stupid as iDubbbz's response to Creator Clash 3, showing that he was taking money from the charity. Boys, click this video right here to find out How ridiculous is this response that iDubbbz gave for, oh yeah, we were just take a little money from just a little money. Come on. You guys never took money from a charity before? It's actually quite exhilarating. But other than that, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment down below, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
An enemy has been slain.
This is Kit. He likes to waste scammers' time. He doesn't like when nice people get taken advantage of, though. So ThreatLocker sponsored this video where we're going to be protecting our less tech-savvy loved ones by combining our powers to create the Unscammable PC! Not only have we changed some of the hardware to give those scammer degenerates a tough time, but we're also going to use some of Kit's own software that you may have seen on his channel. Okay, we're ready then, right?
One important thing, you need these.
Now we're ready. Oh, wait, no, we still need costumes.
Okay.
To the wardrobe!
They definitely won't see us unless we want them to.
Right, okay.
They will try to pull up our webcam. Oh, perfect, so I fit in.
Yeah, there we go. We're nice people, don't scam us. I'll just wear this hat.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be father and son on a fishing trip. Please take me fishing, Papa.
We're fishing for scammers today, son.
Let's talk through what we set up on our side. We started with a perfectly normal gaming computer, but the thing is that would be pretty nice for the scammers to use. So to make it a little bit slower, more like what your nan's running, we parsed some cores and then we underclocked the rest to make the experience feel a little more authentic and a little more frustrating. The other hardware adjustment is, you guys might have noticed, our Ethernet cable is coming out of a Raspberry Pi router. That is running Snail NetEm, a network emulator that lets us mess with our network connection. I figure a lot of our victims, maybe they don't have the best internet. Maybe they're in, the rural Midwest or whatever. So we can, in an instant, apply delay, loss, and rate control profiles that will make our connection seem crappier and, again, more frustrating. Of course, none of this makes our PC unscammable. That is where your custom software comes in. I haven't actually played around with it yet. Can you take me on a little test drive?
Yeah, I'd love to show you. So we have a free version and a premium version. The main goal that we set out to do, my grandparents had Alzheimer's and dementia. And no matter how many educational videos I would have given them, or no matter how many times I would have said, don't let someone connect to your computer, they still would have let someone connect to your computer. So the main idea here for the free software is that it will block remote connection tools. It will not allow a scammer to connect to your computer.
Your computer is infected, or your bank account's been hacked.
So what you'll see in a second, or all these scammers that we're talking to are going to have us go to a website like ultraviewer.net. Yeah, hopefully I typed that right. It's blocked. They get a message saying if you're being instructed over the phone to hang up, call a loved one or family member. Again, the idea being, no matter what, they will not be able to connect to the computer. I think we'll have some scammers run into this later.
Okay.
But our goal is to see what other kind of shenanigans, what other crazy things could we do to the computer to make it unscammable.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi there. I'm trying to help my dad set up his printer and it's not detected.
Can you please confirm your name?
His name's Frank. It's his printer.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name's Josh.
So, Josh, can you please tell me that which printer you are using? I mean, which printer your dad is using?
Yeah, it's HP. Yeah, he bought it on Facebook.
I got a good deal on Facebook Marketplace.
Well, we don't know if it's a good deal unless we know it works. It doesn't work yet.
No problem, Josh. I'll fix it for you.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, just check the printer machine. On the face of the machine, you will get the printer model number, and it will be show 4-digit number. So I want to know that 4-digit number.
4-digit number. What's the face of a printer? Oh, I've got the product number.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay, product number is 7PS84.
No. It's a serial number. I want to know the model number.
It's a HP.
Oh, 3101.
And it says HP on the front, on the face.
All right, now I understand. So it's a HP LaserJet Pro MFC3101 FPW wireless printer, right?
I mean, if that's what you say it is, I'm not really a techie guy. He just bought this thing and he asked me to come help him set it up. I just have an iPhone. I don't really do printers. Wait, who prints anything?
What I can do for you, I'll go ahead and I'll connect with the computer. I'll diagnose it to check that what exactly going on. I need to understand your computer first, and then I can able to install the software or the drivers in that computer, and after that you can use it. So would that be okay?
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I think I see a link. Rescue Applet? We don't have an Apple.
Exactly.
It says download.
No.
We don't have an app.
You just look at your top right corner. Are you able to see open file support login
open file.
rescue? Exactly. You just need to click on open file, and once your file will open, you will receive 2 requests on your screen. So you just need to click OK and yes.
Well, it says, do you want to allow this app to make changes?
The no is highlighted
Click yes.
blue.
Click yes.
Oh,
click yes.
It says support representative will be with you shortly. Is that you?
Yeah. All right. So now I'm sending you one last request. Now you just need to click OK. So here we go.
One of the following actions: controller view, desktop. Okay, and you're gonna fix the printer, right?
Yes. All right. So Mr. Frank, Mr. Josh, now I'm connected, and now you can see my moving cursor on your screen, right?
Okay, yeah.
Where'd my picture go?
I can see here your HP printer is not showing here. It's not edited.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah, no problem. So before you start the work on your computer, I just need some details.
I can't tell if it's affecting her or not.
Your computer is running slow. When was the last time you cleaned your computer?
Clean the computer. I mean, it's got a little bit of dust on it. Does that make it slower?
Yeah, it's taking some time to giving a command of your computer to open the browser, open the notepad, but it's taking some time to taking the command.
Would you say it's one of the slower computers you've worked with?
Yeah. Your computer is running slow. So, Mr. Frank, now I just need some details, okay? So, here we go. I already typed your first name. Can you please type your last name here? Just text to the first name.
Okay.
So, Mr. George, you are working somewhere. You are studying. What you do?
I'm in lumber. I work in like administration for a lumber firm.
Wood.
Okay, so do you know about the computers, how computer works and how printer works?
Like I said, they gave me an iPhone at work and they make me use that. I don't even use a computer at home. What would I need it for?
Do you have any security in this computer?
Well, technically, no. I don't know.
No? Okay, let me explain. So you are using computer.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a C on my computer. Is that you?
Yes. Yeah, it's me.
I set her delay to 1.5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Oh, your computer running slow. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for all your help, Rose. Rose, are you married?
You're welcome. No, I'm not married yet.
Oh.
Not yet.
Neither is my son.
I'm sorry?
You know, Josh isn't married either. I'm just throwing that out.
You got to bring that up right now.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, just give me a second. I think the internet is lost.
It looks like she just completely lost the connection. It's so slow. It looks like you're right around she lost it again and she connects back, but the delay is so awful that she probably she just thinks it's normal or like she doesn't suspect anything. But you can see every time the screen turns black, it's when she connects and then she gets knocked off again. How high do you have
I'm f***ing around with delay, loss, and throughput.
I think your internet is not working properly.
Oh,
it's again and again showing that connection is lost.
Here, let me check the internet.
Now I'm connected. All right. So, Mr. Frank, now I'll need to do some basic diagnosis, okay? So I'm requesting you, while I'm diagnosing your computer and your printer, please do not touch it and leave it as it is, okay?
No, she said don't touch it.
You want me to touch it?
No, don't touch it. Don't touch it.
And And please make sure your printer will be turned on, okay?
How do you turn on the printer?
You just switch on the button. You just switch on the button of your printer.
You're awful. You deserve it. You should be scammed.
Oh, okay. What does it look like?
Sir, you just need to plug the cable of your printer.
Well, there's so
and
many
then
different colors.
Switch on.
Yeah. Okay. The black cable?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the black cable. All right. So, Josh, now I'm transferring your call to one of my technicians, Jessica. Okay, and now she will assist you.
This might be like the master scammer too. Sometimes there's like layers of people.
Yeah. Hi, sir. This side Jessica Samuels. How are you?
Hi, Jessica.
So I'm gonna do one thing, sir. I'm gonna check it out, okay? Let me diagnose it, okay? Give me a moment. Because, sir, first of all, let me just tell you.
Is that you typing?
Yes, sir, I'm the typing, okay? Sir, it's really a really slow computer. So last time, when did you clean up and tune up your computer?
Rose asked us about that. I don't think he's ever tuned up his computer.
Not once. I don't clean it either because it's a pain.
This is like the scam right here. They're gonna tell us because it stopped. We've got like big problems on our computer, which this is no big deal.
Here, you can see that, sir. Some of the services part are stop.
There's a lot of them.
See that?
There's a lot of them.
Are we supposed to have all these services? What's natural authentication?
Oh my God.
This one.
Passport?
Here you can see
You didn't
that
put your passport in the computer, did you, Dad?
No. Am I supposed to?
We're on a 2-second delay right now on a dial-up connection.
You can see it like jolting around.
Hold on.
Sir, you know what? Your network is very fluctuating. Which network provider you're using?
Internet.
Let me check the cable.
Okay.
When I was getting the other cable, it looked a little loose.
Okay. Sir, you are with your friend or you're like...
This is my son.
Oh God, sir, but you didn't sound like that. I thought you both guys are approximately between 30 to 35 years old, sir.
I think she's flattering you.
Oh, that's very nice. That's so nice of you, Jessica. In another life, we could have been lovers.
Oh no, I'm not doing that thing. I'm just giving you a compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, idea. What if you make it so slow that she disconnects, and then we run some more of the weird things on the computer? It's not quite unscammable yet. It's just really annoying.
Give me a moment, sir. Your network is being disconnected again. Are you living in countryside? You both guys live in countryside?
Yeah, we're kind of...
I work in forestry.
Oh.
I think I made it so slow I can't connect to the Pi.
It's pretty bad.
I set it to 10 seconds.
So you live with your father, or you live alone, sir?
No, I live alone.
He's single.
Oh, that's nice, sir. Me too. I'm 29 years old and single.
Wow.
Sir, I believe it's been again. Stop. I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna change this call to Rose. Okay? She will gonna go through and she will gonna connect your computer. Give me a moment.
So, to its name, Threat Locker is detecting that each time there's a threat here. Basically, it looks like this bat file is trying to run each time.
Hi, Rose.
I think there is some problem, and that's why we are not able to connect with your computer. So can you please do one thing? Just close everything. I'll guide you another way.
Okay, another way.
Okay? Just close everything. Now, just do one thing. Look at your extreme bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
Click on the search bar.
Okay.
Okay, and type store. Okay? Once you type store, you will be able to see Microsoft Store on your screen. Are you able to see?
Yeah, I save up to 50% on games, South of Midnight. Is that right? Best-selling games?
So type in the search bar, log me in, LOGMEIN. One word, no space.
It says only download if directed to do so by a support technician you trust.
No, hang on.
Oh, we trust Rose.
I'm explaining you.
Okay.
Yeah.
A support representative will be with you shortly, waiting for technician.
Now I'm sending you one more request. You just need to click allow and OK.
I made those pop up forever. You don't need to keep closing them because they'll keep popping up.
Josh, I have all the details, okay? So now let me do some basic diagnosis to check that what exactly going on into your computer, okay?
That sounds great.
Now, Jessica will call you back after 15 to 20 minutes. So you just wait for a call back. She will call you back and she will let you know everything.
So I think it's kind of a bummer, but it is semi-normal because sometimes what they'll do is they'll pull up like Task Manager now. Yeah. So you, as a potential victim, are like, oh look, they're like technical things are transpiring. They're fixing my computer.
There it is, Task Manager,
yep.
just like you predicted.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna should I keep messing with the connection?
Potentially. So our software Seraph will run out. I only delete it for an hour, so I don't know what the timer is at, but at some point it's gonna kick her off the computer, which is we're kind of on a deadline. So the next part will be in 10 or 15 or 20 minutes. Whenever they call back, they're gonna say, well, your computer is like unrecoverable unless we pay like $800. Like the scam will really come out.
Okay. There's probably going to be a lot of extras on this one. lmg.gg/floatplane if you guys want to check out the exclusive behind the scenes. Dude, I'm just like playing around with the loss and the delay, and like I'm having a blast here because every time I do something,
you can notice.
I can see her kind of struggling to, when you put the loss high enough, she kind of struggles to click on stuff. And
so theoretically, if you wanted to protect your family, you could just make their packet loss 50% and delay their internet speed by 10 seconds. But that's
might not protect yourself. Your family might kill you if they ever figured it out.
Very impractical to make it unscamable, but.
Are you there?
Hi.
Sir, you know what? Your internet is very bad. Where you are located, sir?
In the woods.
In the woods?
Manitoba.
Ohio?
Manitoba, Ohio. Yes.
You know what, sir? In that way, I can't help you. You have very bad internet connection. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh my, Rose.
What?
Yes, I'm gonna kill myself, sir.
Why would you ever say that?
Because so you have very, very slow internet. You can see that.
Well, you have fine internet and a whole life ahead of you.
Okay, I think I fixed the internet though.
This has escalated very quickly. What if we try again to fix the printer?
Okay, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna give you a quick call back, okay? What you have to just turn off each and everything. Your internet, computer, everything, just turn it off.
Okay. Okay, we'll turn it off.
Okay, bye-bye.
That got very dark very fast.
What the heck was that? Have you ever heard that line before?
Maybe once?
I thought she meant, I'm gonna kill the connection on my side. Yeah, and then she repeated herself. She's like, no, your internet's so bad, I'm gonna kill myself. Look.
Is it to make us feel bad?
Maybe. Is this a pretty okay day for you, or is this just all in the...
I would have liked to see a few more swear words, but...
Okay, fair enough. Rose and Jessica are too nice to swear. This next bit's going to be interesting because ThreatLocker sent one of their cyber heroes to our studio to make real-time changes to the configuration on our system. So normally it would be set up so that basically it doesn't allow anything the administrator doesn't recognize. Allow listing, basically zero trust. But we can actually show how if we want to open something we shouldn't be opening, it'll actually go to a network admin, they will approve it, or in most cases probably not approve it, and then we should be able to allow ourselves to be scammed, even though obviously that's not how ThreatLocker would like you to set it up. Should we do one more call?
Yeah.
Oh.
This is John Parker from PayPal.
Oh, yes,
How can I assist you?
we were trying to get a hold of you because I got a bill. Is this the right place to call?
Yes, sir, you are connected with the PayPal. Like, do you got a bill from PayPal?
I did get a bill, and I don't know why.
Could you please again look that email which you got? Over the email, do you see any trade ID? Could you please confirm me the last four of the trade ID?
It's LTT 1337.
Here I can see, sir, you are purchasing a Bitcoin which cost of $523.88. That was the very reason you are getting billed from PayPal.
I didn't do that. Hold on. I'm putting you on speakerphone, as I got my son here. You didn't buy any Bitcoin, right?
Well, I told you about this. I told you that my daughter wanted some Bitcoin for her birthday, remember?
And did you spend $800 on it? Can you cancel the Bitcoin purchase, please?
Of course I can, So you have to open up the Google Chrome from the computer.
What do we type in?
You need to type on the extreme top of the A as in Alpha, R as in Romeo, D as in David, C as in Charlie, A as in Alpha.
That's a lot of letters.
Okay, so CARD.help.
No. It's ARD
ARP care.
ARD. A as in Alpha, R as in
D
Romeo,
as in
D as
D's?
in David.
David, okay.
Okay, it says to authenticate with a code.
For being on hold, this call pays to me. This is Brian Wilson, and I'm the senior supervisor of the floor. How are you?
Good. We were told to put in a code, but no one gave us a code.
Okay, so I will give you that code.
You have successfully connected.
Yeah. So, sir, right now you are finally connected with our PayPal server. Our server gives you the cancellation form of PayPal, okay, within a moment.
You want me to fill this out?
He doesn't have a cell phone.
Yeah. Now you need to just start filling out that cancellation form.
Where are you from, Brian?
Sir, we are located from Salt Lake City, Utah, our headquarters of PayPal.
Oh, Salt Lake City. That's the Windy City, right? With the Golden Gate Bridge?
Okay, service cancellation form. Your estimated waiting time, 15 to 30 minutes. Oh, you will be guided by the support staff on the call. So you're going to help us out?
And then what it says?
Refund ID.
You will get this 4-digit code at your banking. I have to go to the bank?
No. You don't have to go to the bank. You need to simply log into your online banking.
So, I think ThreatLocker made it so we can't go to TD Bank.
Oh, okay.
And he wants us.
No,
it's fine.
Let us try.
Oh, it says your internet access is blocked. Firewall software may have blocked the connection. Is this something you can help us with? I don't really know about computers much.
Unless this is one of those scams. I've been hearing about those on the television.
On the television? What? Like what you can see over the television?
Well, I watch a lot of YouTube on there. You ever heard of Linus Tech Tips?
It's you, Linus Tech Tips? It's you?
Oh, no, that's not me.
I think you are the YouTuber, Linux Tech.
No. He just has some good tips on there.
That's good.
Downloads Chrome browser.
So this is interesting. He thinks that Edge is the problem, so he's gonna install Edge, but ThreatLocker will still block TD Bank.
Let's see.
So,
Drat.
Did you install
Foiled again.
Did you install a firewall?
How would I install a firewall?
Like, are you using any kind of security on your computer? Maybe that was the reason. Whenever you try to log into your bank internet access was blocked to you.
Well, my older, much smarter son, he was helping set something up on the computer a couple weeks ago. Brian, I don't know if this is going to work out.
Hold on, sir. We are also trying to do our little best. Just bear with me.
Your level best isn't enough. The whole computer's not on now.
What did you do?
What did you do?
I don't know.
Just turn it on. Just turn it on.
It's like it's locked or something.
Okay, the screen's back on. Are you sure you didn't switch banks? You said you were thinking of switching banks. Did you do it and forget about it?
I don't know.
Yeah, we can request access.
this is him, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
They turn this on, and they can actually do stuff behind this. So he's controlling the computer now.
You know what, Brian? I wonder if we just turn the computer off.
It says not to turn
but
it off.
honestly, what else is there to do?
It says do not turn off. You got to do the one thing. You always do the one thing people tell you not to do.
But it's not working. It says your system.
Don't gamble, so you gamble.
It's not updating.
Don't buy crypto, you buy crypto.
Let it be. Just stop fighting, sir.
feel like he's not even trying. I don't even know what he's doing. I've called a lot of scammers, and this guy doesn't seem to be like caring at all. So we can.
What is he even doing then?
Oh, he's gonna pull up the camera to see if we're actually here. I think he's getting suspicious.
Brian, once in a lifetime offer for you. Do you want my money?
Oh, why I want your money?
I just get the vibe. So do you want like a bank account or
LTT store gift card?
Like you want to give away that 500?
Yeah, do you need a $500? How about a $500 LTT?
And you can't give that to your actual son?
Look, sir, let it be. It's over now. Even I know that you are a YouTuber, so it's done from now.
Which one? What's my name? Say my name.
Look, I just watch you, and even I can hear my voice that yes, that was my voice. So I know that you are a YouTuber, and even I can see your live stream as well.
Oh yeah, we're live right now. Leanest Scam Crusher 69. Follow on TikTok.
All right, thanks, Brian. You've been a good sport, man.
Take care.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Good luck with your future endeavors. So interestingly, this is maybe a good tie-in because Screen Connect client that's running on the computer. Like, actually, if you don't mind, can you like find it?
I mean, yeah, sure, I'll try.
Because
give me a sec.
It's not on the bottom right.
That's actually pretty. That's pretty clever.
It's not.
So
you don't see it running right now.
It's got to be a process, right? So.
Oh, he left. Dang it. Although there's a service that they have running.
Right. Would it show up in your processes or no?
When they're connected, yes. But at any point
here
in time,
it is. Screen Connect client. I got it.
Yeah. There's a system level service that runs. So even if you end that,
yeah,
they can connect to the computer at any time. Whoa. So like it could be the middle of the night. Even if you like called him out for being a scammer,
right?
And you hang up the phone, he can just connect back on your computer later.
Wild. That's pretty good.
Which I think is why you need something like a threat locker or a Seraph Secure, because like most people don't realize like how big a deal this is.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen this one coming. I would have been trying to figure out like where it's open and all that. What's the service called? It's not even called Screen whatever.
It should. Maybe he just didn't install it that way. A lot of times they install it where there's a service. That's a bummer, but.
Okay, well, watch out for that one.
Maybe he decided this time we weren't good enough to to go after us.
You don't try very hard to be convincing, do you?
I've done like 10,000, maybe 11,000 calls at this point.
I guess that's fair. What was the last guy's name again? Brian? Shout out Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, do you wanna pitch your software one more time for them to check out?
Yeah, thank you. SeraphSecure.com. We've poured about 8 years of research into it. The goal is to make it as easy as possible for you to protect your family from scams like these. One of the other features I didn't show you is if you do the paid version, because everything I showed you was free, the paid version will give you a text. So like if mom is being targeted by scammers.
That's pretty important because nothing that we saw would prevent them from saying, hey mom, give me your credit card number over the phone right now.
Exactly.
Whereas if you get the text and you'd be like, oh, mom, put down the phone.
Exactly, and we do have it happen.
If you guys enjoyed this video, hey, go check out Kit's channel. We'll have that link down below. Or, man, what would we even, or you can go watch me and Ploof get kind of clowned on by support agents in Secret Shopper.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Told you guys this once, I've told you guys this 1,000 times. Eventually, there are two types of people. People who get that I'm right, and people who don't get that I'm right yet. However, this is something that I've been warning you guys for nearly years now. more so months, I think about 11 months to be exact. But it seems a very prominent voice actor came out and said that AI will destroy voice actors and the gamers will cheer. Yes, they will.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Gary. I'm a voice actor, I'm a gamer, and I'm a PhD in AI voice stuff. Today I wanted to talk about the thing that every voice actor is absolutely terrified of. That is
getting a real job. My name's Paimon, and I can't afford to pay my rent. What do we do, traveler? Maybe get a real job. Stop having a gig that you work 4 hours every 3 months and say, well, that's my full employment. Brother, fill out a job application. Jump scare. Oh.
Actually understanding why AI is predicted to completely obliterate the voiceover industry. And in order to understand this, we actually have to understand something that is seemingly unrelated to AI, the social side of the voiceover industry. As I'm sure many of you know, there's been a massive controversy with the video game voiceover strike and the Genshin Impact strike. My voiceover mentor, Joe Zizia, who I greatly respect, recently released a video on this topic. So
Smart
the video
guy.
got a bit
Smart guy. I think his video did a lot of good. I think his video did a lot of bad, but I think his heart was in the right place. But he was confused in a couple of things, but yeah, it is what it is. I helped clarify the video and I made sense of it.
Bit of a mixed reception, and if you ask me, the release of the video was really poorly timed. A lot of people thought the video was biased in favor of the union, and while I don't necessarily agree, I completely understand why.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mostly because while he covered a lot of information about the voiceover union, what it means to go FICOR and what a Taft-Hartley is.
It was pretty much every single time that he had to speak out against the union, he would say, it's not as simple as you think it is. And then I would explain why it's exactly as simple as we think it is. It was a hit and it was a miss, but overall, I think it was a lot of positivity and clarification that was provided to a lot of people to be able to get to a deeper meaning and understanding of the truth, especially the fact that the AI thing they were fighting for never actually existed.
He chooses not to talk about any social aspects of the industry. In fact, he even admits it in his own video.
And that brings me to the real tricky part, the social side of things. Understand that I'm not getting to this here because this is not measurable. It is a feeling. So when we start asking questions like, why doesn't everyone just go FICOR? Or are people being blacklisted for working on non-union games during the strike? These really deal with non-measurable social feelings.
I'm not sure he intended this, but the fact that he chose not to talk about these things may have been more informative than if he had actually talked about them. Because it highlights one specific point. Voice actors cannot speak about the social aspects of the industry, and they will never talk about blacklists. Now, just to clarify, there may be some people who—
As a guy who was blacklisted from the blacklisters, I don't feel bad that they're now getting blacklisted. I don't care at all.
Aren't familiar with the entertainment industry lingo, who think that a blacklist is a literal list of names. It's not really. As Joe said, the blacklist is mostly just a feeling. If you are on the blacklist, it just means that people will refuse to work with you for any possible reason outside of the merit of your own product. There are plenty of industry leaders who will deny that the blacklist exists, so you won't find very many news articles about it, but you don't need to look very hard to see that the blacklist clearly does exist.
Absolutely.
For example, let's just—
For Genshin Impact, the blacklist exists for voice actors as well as it does for the content creators. It's very obvious who's blacklisted and who's not.
Take a look at what started the whole Genshin Impact fiasco. When voice actor Jacob Takanashi was cast in a role that some other voice actors thought he shouldn't be cast in, they just started blacklisting him immediately. Voice actor Shara Kirby just blatantly said it. You'll never work another job again. Kaylee Mills publicized Jacob's financial information in an attempt to justify the bullying that Jacob received. Voice actor Jun Yoon, who is a prominent voice acting veteran, went out of his way to ridicule Jacob by publicly stating that he's blacklisting Jacob from his casting. Honestly, actually seeing Jun do this was really upsetting to me because up until that point, Jun was actually one of my idols. Never meet your heroes, right? Within moments of announcing his voiceover role, the industry started—
People like to romanticize how good of a person is when they never display it fully authentically online. That's why a lot of content creators never get into their deeper feelings or feelings on political things, because it ruins the immersion of how good of a person everyone's pretending that you are. And that's why when you can find a content creator that you truly relate to while they're being fully transparent with their community, that's when you know that you're going to find someone who you can relate to and watch for the foreseeable future, when your entire respect for them isn't based off of illusion.
Cutting all ties with—
That's the reason why I watch people like Asmongold. I like knowing exactly where he stands, and even if I disagree, I understand why he has that viewpoint. It's very simple.
Jacob. This happens all the time in the industry. In Jacob's case, it was because he had the wrong opinions or did something that people didn't like. But it might just be because you said something mean to someone or you criticized their work, or maybe they just think you're ugly. There's virtually no way to stop a blacklist from happening, and it's actually an indicator of a much larger problem in the industry. The voiceover industry has no standards. And by standards, I don't mean like a girl doesn't have standards for her deadbeat biker boyfriend. I mean that the industry doesn't have a clear metric to evaluate a good voiceover performance from a bad voiceover performance. We can look at the field of engineering for a perfect contrast to this. Let's say two people are building a rocket. One flies 20 feet before crashing, the other flies 50 feet before crashing. That in and of itself is a metric for evaluation. Now, it might not be the perfect metric or the metric that you need to evaluate the effectiveness of a rocket, but at the very least, the metric exists. More importantly, it's possible that the guy who built the better rocket is a complete jerk. Now, you can say you don't want to work with the guy because he's a jerk and he's terrible to work with, but you cannot deny that he built the better rocket. All this is just thrown out in the voiceover industry. This
is a very clearly jab at Elon Musk.
Tricks are like which performance is more emotional, which one is more nuanced,
Hey guys, whether you like Elon Musk or you hate him, you gotta admit, the fucking electronic vehicle industry skyrocketed due to Tesla. It did. And the Cybertruck is cool as fuck. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Performance is more real or grounded. These things aren't really metrics because they're all opinionated. Voice directors or voice actors or casting directors, they'll always claim that they can just hear a performance and know that's the best performance and that's the right one for the job. Put a pin in that claim, we'll come back to that later. But
Would you just say, Asmongold is one of the rare content creators, though, that doesn't rely solely on advertisers and partnerships? Well, actually, it's quite the opposite, right? Because he turns off all revenue on his Twitch streams, and he gives 100% of his channel's revenue to his editors. So he does, in fact, rely on partnerships. He does, in fact, rely on ads, right? He absolutely does. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Same thing with me. Like, I also rely on partnerships, but the thing is, all of my partnerships are Chinese and Japan. They don't know English, and they just know that I move people to gacha games. So they fucking love me, which is great. Which means you can be genuine. No, there's a lot more. You can still be genuine while relying on partnerships, right? You just have to find the right partnerships. It's not hard. Same thing with GamerSubs. GamerSubs has been one of the biggest supporters of my channel, and so many people have told them to never buy my fucking shit ever again, or to work with me ever again. Yet, Code Baldy, I mean, shit, I made like 20, 30 grand last month off of GamerSubs. Right? And I appreciate all you guys who drink the shit, because I drink it every fucking day. It's delicious. It's great. I wake up every morning. I have 1 scoop of Happy Juice, 1 scoop of insert other flavor. I don't care. And then I do 1 scoop of creatine. And I drink that shit with 18 ounces of fluid water. It's fucking delicious. Most others have to fake to maintain income. So here's the thing. I have nothing wrong with fake creators who have that aura of, look at how great of a person I am. Look at how kind of a person I am. Just stay in your fucking lane. And if you're one of these people who's a fake-ass motherfucker, don't come at me trying to virtue signal how good you are and how bad I am when your entire personality was written on a fucking notebook given to you by one of these corporations that you shill your fucking soul towards. Like I give a fuck what you have to say. Like I give a fuck what Zyog says about me. Yeah, fucking right. Bro was created in a lab by Hoyo themselves to be the biggest fucking shill for that game. And when Hoyo stops botting that motherfucker, like anybody's gonna give a fuck about him. Yeah, fucking right. Bro was built in a cave with a box of scraps. Anyways.
The truth is, one casting director might like one performance, one casting director might like another performance, and you cannot argue which one is better. It happens all the time. And this lack of standards, this conveniently flexible interpretation of what is good and what is bad, is exactly why blacklisting happens. Any casting director could just argue that they weren't the right fit for the job, and there is no way to argue against it. And unfortunately, the most important social aspect of the industry is evaluation and casting. Hugh Klitsky, an amazing voiceover coach who I really respect, summarized it really well in a bit of a comedic LinkedIn post. He said this: "You didn't get the job? Here's why. You sounded like the producer's mom. You sounded like the director's ex. You sounded happy, but not the right kind of happy. You sounded too tall or too blonde or too much like everyone else, and so on." If you read through the entire post, you'll notice that there is a reason that is missing from that list. Someone else is better than you. Because as an industry veteran, he knows that the industry doesn't have those metrics, at least none in the way that actually matters. Because if you look at the metrics that the voice directors use, nuanced, emotional, grounded, real, you'll also notice that there's one metric that the voice acting industry generally doesn't use. And it's probably the most important metric of all: whether or not the audience likes it. And that's the only metric that...
Like, let's be real, right? Like, being a voice actor is really cool, But it's legit just a nepo baby industry, and whether you get lucky or not and sound cool off genetics. I mean, it requires zero brain power whatsoever. They give you a literal piece of paper. They tell you exactly what to say. They tell you exactly how to say it, and then you just do it. Right? Like, nobody should be shocked that this shit's gonna get replaced by AI, because now instead of giving a human those prompts, you give a robot that prompt. Like, it will be overtaken by AI very, very, very soon, because they don't have to do any thinking for themselves.
Actually matters. Anyone who's been paying attention to AAA video games the past few years knows that the industry, or at the very least the video game industry at large, tends to use metrics that are inversely correlated with what...
And it's also like, you don't even have to sound good. Like, listen to a T-Pain song. Just auto-tune your voice and people will just listen to it. It's really that easy.
The audience likes. Often you'll see that the games the industry claims are high quality end up actually being the worst games when rated by the gamers. And unfortunately, the video game voiceover industry is starting to go down the same path. They've used up all their remaining goodwill with the SAG-AFTRA video game strike, and now they're starting to deny that the audience is even relevant to the industry's success at all. But when the industry stops caring about how an audience evaluates their product, it always predicts the industry's failure, and worse, predicts their takeover by AI. But if you don't believe me and you want evidence, we can look at another industry that's been just completely demolished by AI, the visual arts. So when I first started my undergraduate in engineering approximately 15 years ago, I tried to convince every single one of my artist friends that AI was a legitimate threat to art, and of course they didn't believe me because art is the human endeavor. But I pointed to one very specific thing. Since the 20th century, the art industry had lost all standards. We were in the era of Jackson Pollock, who was famous for randomly throwing paint onto a canvas. One of artist Kazimir Malevich's most famous paintings from 1915 was literally a black square. In 2010, a sculptor named Marcel Waldorf won an award for his sculpture of a woman urinating. Essentially, the idea that artistic beauty is in the eye of the beholder is kind of the prevailing theory right now. You couldn't just evaluate art and just say whether or not it was good or bad. This allowed artists to do just about anything and make up a reason for why it's art. But the moment AI art exploded onto the scene, the artists faced a major problem. And that problem actually had nothing to do with artistic skill, and it had nothing to do with technology. It was actually a philosophical problem. If artistic beauty is in the eye of the beholder, it is actually impossible to justify that human art is any better than AI art. Essentially, they had no way to justify their own existence because they gave up their standards over 100 years ago. And the lack of standards that allowed their artistic industry to exist was now being reinterpreted to justify that human artists were no longer necessary. Because without standards, AI art is just as good as anything else. This led to a lot of panicking art.
Hey, I'll be real, and this might piss a lot of people off, right? Hey guys, I prefer AI art. I'm gonna just be real, like straight up. Like you can be upset at me for that. I prefer AI art. I prefer AI porn. You wanna know why? Because it's really fucking high quality, and they make that shit so quick. Like, there's this fucking artist I follow on Twitter. They're a fan of mine too. Their name is Bale CXI, right? And all their shit is AI. But I swear to God, they make some of the hottest fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, whether a human hand made it or not, I truly do not give a fuck.
Artists turning to really poorly thought out metrics. Things like AI art had no soul, or AI art had no artistic intention behind its choices. I wanted to see how valid these metrics really were.
Sorry, just correct that. They use AI art and then they correct it manually to where, like, they change the colors. If there's an extra finger, they get rid of it. But it's like half AI, half real. You know, so they make the AI and then they edit it themselves to make it look the best they possibly can. And that's why I think it's insane, right? Because that's what people should be doing, to be honest, is work with AI rather than say it can't exist.
So I conducted a bit of an experiment-ish interview with a lot of the detractors of AI art, specifically about Jackson Pollock and his work. The experiment was really simple. I showed them two images. One of them was an AI-generated painting. Usually I chose some sort of fantasy landscape painting like this. The other one is one of Jackson Pollock's paintings. And I asked a very simple question. Do you truly believe that this painting has artistic value and this painting doesn't? And they always said yes. So the natural follow-up was always, please explain why. And this is where they started stumbling over their words. They said things like, there's clear purpose behind the Pollock painting. The Pollock painting actually has a human soul. You can clearly see the intent behind the Pollock painting and all these sorts of weird...
Just fucking art snobs being art snobs, bro. The only reason why Twitter gives a fuck about this is because it's just an artist paraded platform. Nobody actually gives a fuck. If it looks good, it looks good. Like legit. If this art, for real, if this cup was made by AI art from GamerSupps and they charged you $1 to get this because it was made by AI, and the exact same cup was made by a human and it cost $29.99, 95% of you guys are buying the $1 cup. And you know that's the truth because you don't care. You just want what product that you want for as cheap as possible. And that's what you should do. Okay? You as a consumer should not care. You get the product that you want for as cheap as possible. And that's, you're the same motherfuckers who know that shit also know that in America, tipping is bullshit. That is not my job to pay you to do your job. That's your employer's. Just like artists, it is not my job to keep you afloat. That's your own damn responsibility. It is not my job to keep you afloat. I do not care. It's like I'm not gonna feel bad for any streamer that's not getting any donos, getting any subs. I don't care. Make better content. Give your chat a reason to do that. Right? I take all of my fucking subs and I'm so grateful. But I'm not gonna guilt you guys if you're in here not subbing. Right? Oh my god. You're watching my stream for free? Oh my god. You're not supporting me? Like, what the fuck am I, Pokemon? Shut the fuck up. You can do that if you want. You do not have to at all.
Random reasons. And
I will try my best to provide you guys the best amount of content to where you guys watch and I can make a living by earning ad revenue. That is what I want to do. I appreciate y'all subs, but it should not be y'all's responsibility to keep me financially stable. And that's the fucking truth.
And even as they stumbled over their words, I always gave them the chance to take back what they said. Something like, if you can't come up with a reason, you can just take it back and just say the two paintings are equal or something like that. But for like the 100 people I interviewed, they never took it back. They always claimed that the Pollock painting clearly had intent and value and was more interesting, and AI art simply wasn't. So you can just imagine their panic when I revealed to them that that Pollock painting they just gassed up was made by AI. So yeah, I generated that image a couple years back using ChatGPT specifically to run this experiment. And you can believe me, the backpedaling that they tried to do was absolutely painful. And from here, I asked them a very simple question. Based on what you know now, will you admit that AI art has real artistic value? And like half of them just stormed out before they even had a chance to answer because they knew they couldn't answer without completely destroying their beliefs. If they answered yes, they had to admit that AI art was actually valuable. And if they answered no, they had to admit that they lied. They were told that an image, in this case the AI Pollock image, was valuable simply because Jackson Pollock made it. And from there, they just reverse engineered any reason they wanted to justify why the image was valuable. That sounds familiar. Maybe like a casting director who listens to a voice actor he's friends with and just so happens to hear that he's the best. But everyone knows it's just the Emperor's new clothes. You know that story of the Emperor dancing around in his underwear and everyone has to pretend he's wearing pretty clothes because they don't want to get beheaded? We look upon a picture of paint thrown on a wall and the artists demand that you pretend it's valuable. But when you show a coal miner a picture of a black square and tell him that it's more valuable than his entire career of mining for coal, when you tell a 9-to-5 office worker that he's uncultured and uncivilized because he doesn't respect the artistic value of a painting of literally nothing, when you stop considering what the common man thinks is good and demand that your art be respected through either nonsensical standards or even just blatant lies, do not be surprised when the
Art appreciators are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on earth, guys. I'm sorry.
Common man.
There is somebody who bought a banana taped to a wall for $60 million. Come on.
And cheers for your destruction. And unfortunately, this is where the voice acting industry finds themselves now. We've used up all our goodwill in the SAG-AFTRA strike. We've stopped using the same metrics that the audience uses to decide what is a good product. We've blatantly attacked and disregarded the gamers. So do not be surprised when the gamers cheer as AI destroys the entire voiceover industry that has been built on a lie. And by the way, for the few voice actors that are still watching out there, I'm not even saying that casting directors are bad at their jobs. Many casting directors I know are actually amazing at their jobs. But what I am saying is that if you cast someone for a job, you better be able to justify it to the audience. Because casting is effectively deciding who gets to represent your product. So if you end up casting someone who attacks the gamers, is a bully, is threatening, or is just blatantly hostile, I guarantee you, you won't be able to justify that. Now, since we've talked a lot about blacklists, I just wanted to leave something with the gamers that is actually really important and can help you take back your games from some of the more malicious players of the industry. The real blacklist belongs to the gamers. This is really important to understand because as a collective, you gamers have a blacklist that is far more powerful than anything else in the industry. And it's actually really easy to use. So say there's a voice actor that you think doesn't represent what you want the gaming industry to be. You simply need to take two very easy steps. Step one, don't buy their games. Super easy, right? If they're in a game and you don't want them to represent the industry, just simply refuse to buy their games. The companies will notice. And frankly, you guys have done a great job of that in the past. Taking down a whole bunch of games that you all felt were not really what you wanted. Honestly, it's kind of scary how good you guys are at that. Step two, let the companies know why you're
do one step ahead. Just pirate it instead.
Not buying their games. When a company announces their game on Twitter, for example, simply make a straightforward and simple statement. Something like, due to how this person bullies their fellow voice actors, I will no longer be buying games that feature them. Or I believe that this person does not represent what I want from the gaming industry, and I will no longer be buying games that feature. But the next part is really important. Do not be lulled into a bad faith conversation. If someone responds to your post with insults or hatred, simply ignore them. Do not turn your statements into bullying, and definitely do not turn them into threats, doxing, or harassment. The arts industries are really good at ignoring criticism if they can turn it into something worse. Do not give them an excuse to ignore your criticism. Simply make the straightforward statement with no bullying and no insults and walk away. I guarantee you the companies will notice, because at the end of the day, you guys are the ones paying them. And if you guys stop paying them, you bet they will fix things immediately. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Get out there.
Great fucking video, very well informed, calling out the bullshit, telling how it is. Yeah, voice acting is only a matter of time till it's over. And, well, I'm not really celebrating that fact. It is just very interesting to see now, isn't it?
Today's story is actually going to tangibly impact you. So, for 5 years, there's been a battle waging at the highest levels of the games industry. It's massive, it's between Apple, it's between Epic, and it's around the principle of fairness. And the big news today is that Apple just lost. But they didn't.
This is a huge fucking W. Massive fucking W. Because basically Apple and Google have a duopoly over all apps on all smartphones. And Epic was suing them over that, and Epic won. This is huge. I didn't make a video about this or talk about this at all. I forgot why. But I'm actually, like, so happy this happened.
Lose because Epic Games outmaneuvered them or any kind of insane gigabrain play from Tim Sweeney. No, they lost because, in the words of the judge presiding over this decision, Apple leadership, quote, outright lied under oath, and in deciding not to comply with legal injunctions, Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be...
He chose poorly, Jesus Christ.
He's saying to you, this, though, is a dramatic case. It has impacts that will reverberate across the entire games industry, and honestly, far wider than that, meaning it truly will impact everyone who watches this video. Here's how all this started. So, Tim Sweeney is a man on a mission, and it's a mission that's cost him and his company more than $1 billion over the last 5 years. It's fair to say that he's pretty committed. Now,
it stands to make them over 10 billion, or probably more than that.
5 years ago is when he decided that Apple and Google's exclusive storefronts on their mobile platforms were in fact unreasonable monopolies.
Yes.
His opinion. Essentially, he says
yes, bro, yes! I fucking agreed with this so hard. I was so happy to see this.
They don't earn their 30%.
Now, do it to MasterCard and Visa. This is the exact logic they need to apply to MasterCard and Visa. Holy shit.
Fee. Rather, they impose it, and that because of that, they're restricting how developers could make money and what sort of deals that they could actually offer to consumers. So what he decided to do was force their hand. So he started something called Project Liberty, and here's how it worked. Fortnite suddenly got an option where users could buy currency directly from Epic, right? Directly, not through your
Google
Apple payment or Google payment thing. That, of course, meant that Apple and Google immediately booted Fortnite because it did break their store policies. And this is exactly what Tim Sweeney actually wanted. He wanted his game.
The ironic thing about this, and this is very clever by Fortnite, is that this commercial was made by Apple.
Kicked off, and we pretty much know that because Epic immediately filed lawsuits that they had been preparing.
Very clever.
These were designed to force the stores to change those policies. Now, in the case of Google, it actually went so much better than any of us could have expected. Evidence actually emerged that certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly.
What a surprise. What a surprise that the duopoly by two massive companies was actually propped up by a bunch of corruption. Who could have ever guessed?
They lost on all accounts as determined by a jury.
And what's this here? It's actually much more impactful than this video is saying. I'm an app developer, and prior to this lawsuit, you charge 30% no matter what, even if you are below 1 million in sales. Yeah, no, I understand. This is a massive change. And remember, I was complaining about this for a while, and people were saying, oh, we'll just build your own. Nope. Don't need to now.
The platform is open.
Yeah, it's an antitrust market. Exactly.
new stores, and Google have appealed. It was a complete win for Epic, but their fight against Apple is an entirely different story. Things have begun to look quite bad for Epic. You see, the outcome of that initial trial, the original one, was an almost complete defeat for Epic Games. They basically could not prove being the emphasis word there, that any kind of monopoly or unfair action was going on. But there was one
it was
exception.
so obvious.
An injunction was placed against Apple, and this was to end anti-steering provisions. You might think, what is anti-steering? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So basically, it meant that Apple could no longer prevent developers from directing users to make purchases outside of the store. So basically, steering you, the customer, somewhere else.
Yeah.
So as an example, that would be buying V-Bucks in Fortnite through a web client
directly
rather
through
than
there.
through Apple's purchasing system, which would thus avoid Apple's 30% cut.
Right.
Now, at the time, the judge said that Apple should be entitled to something, but that they can't force people to use their in-app purchase systems. Apple then spent 3 years appealing, and, it's
Failed.
Apple. They can afford lawyers, but they really got nowhere on that front. And this
That's what you get.
is when that same judge came back and filed a new injunction against Apple for their behavior in the last 3 years. And this one truly is remarkable, and depending on how things shake out, there could even be
Would this also affect Steam? No, it won't affect Steam because Steam doesn't have a monopoly that they can exercise in the same way that Apple and Google can exercise their monopoly. If Steam was 95% of the entire gaming market, then yes. But the big problem is that, so the issue is not that this is happening. The issue is that it's happening and nobody else has access to the market without using this. So, like, for example, like you have dozens of other launchers that an individual can use that's not like Steam. You also have individual company launchers. You have the Epic's launcher, the Epic Games launcher. You have Good Old Games. So there are so many other instances where Steam is effectively they don't have a monopoly the same way Apple does. It's just that simple. This is antitrust monopolies. That's the reason why it's bad. It's not even bad because of what they're doing. It's bad because they're doing it and nobody can say no. There's nowhere else to go to do it.
Component.
That's the difference.
So, it wasn't just for a lack of compliance with the original order, but for contempt of court, which is usually frowned upon. So much so that they've been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office to consider criminal contempt proceedings. That would be dramatic. Now,
I like the
judge
sound of
essentially
that.
was not pleased that Apple implemented new costly fees around off-app purchases, where basically they were effectively replacing one anti-competitive process with another.
Yes.
Meaning, of course, devs lose, but also us customers lose.
This
And
is another very big component to it, is that the customers, it is ultimately, like, what should the law do? The law should make it to where customers and the most amount of people have the most fair and equitable ability to do business and to receive products at a reasonable price. That is what consumer protection laws are made to do. The fact is that Apple was actively working against that. They are actively working against that through lobbying. They are actively working against that through getting these different cases, fighting these cases. And they're ultimately trying to make you spend more money, the consumer, so they can get a percentage of that money.
While they were doing all that, they were also misleading the court over what they were doing. Here's a quote. That it thought this court would tolerate such insubordination was a gross miscalculation. As always, the cover-up made it worse.
Man.
For this court, there is no...
This is the United States District... Oh my God.
Sentence expunged.
Bite of the apple.
Damn.
GG, Judge. Quite the singer. So she laid out then some clear rules. These are practices that Apple are banned from. Number 1, imposing a fee on purchases made outside an app. That means that they have no reason, therefore, to track those purchases.
Wow.
Outside an app. Ban number 2, setting conditions on how devs can direct users outside of an app, including restricting how links work. Basically, you know those design anti-patterns that are just trying to get you, the consumer, to clearly do something by, making a link look weird or misleading design, that sort of thing. Third, banning certain types of app from directing users to outside purchases. And finally, using, quote, emotive language to persuade consumers to remain in the in-store purchase system. Basically scaring people who don't know better and, well...
Something like where it comes up with like a red warning box and it says, warning, you might be leaving this store and your computer could be vulnerable. So they can't go and say that.
Actually seen Apple do similar things, saying you can go and make a purchase.
They did that? Of course they
not
did.
using the App Store, but, you know, the App Store is very secure and very safe, which, to an average person who's not tech savvy, could basically look like it's Apple saying, hey, you could get scammed if you don't click this link. P.S. This link gets us lots of money too. And of course the reason why these things are banned is, well, because Apple had been doing all of these things. That's what's led to this whole case. Now in response, they have now began complying and appealing. It'll be interesting to see how malicious...
See, this is, you can just do things. These companies have no power. The government has all the power. And if enough people get together, we can just make the companies do what we want. That's the truth. And if they don't do it, we put them in jail. That's it. It's literally it. And you support people to do that, and that's it. Never ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. Well, they're going to need forgiveness now. Go chat, we the people. Yeah, there's no reason for the citizens to put up with this. The EU has already... The EU is way ahead of us on this kind of stuff. And I think that they definitely are much more tech savvy and they have better consumer protections than the US does. And we need to catch up to the EU.
Their compliance is, I imagine it will be as malicious as is humanly possible without getting in even more trouble. But all of this is happening while the rest of the industry is licking its lips. Some developers already had updates to go in this. Spotify were a major one. They framed this as a huge consumer win, which in fairness I would say it absolutely is. Now we can do insane things like manage our subscriptions in an app. We can use different payment options and we can see
Think
costs.
about how much money Apple's losing with this. Probably billions of dollars.
You can now buy Kindle books in the Kindle app. Patreon memberships are no longer marked up on iOS to counteract the store tax, and lots of things. But of course, let's bring it back to Tim Sweeney and Epic Games. So, the Epic Games Store mobile version already existed as of last year, but now they are really ramping things up. Within a week of the ruling, Epic announced their web store fee would drop to 0% for your first $1 million in revenue, with that starting this June. That's obviously
what a
awesome
surprise!
If you're a dev. Plus, much
It's
like
crazy if you're a dev.
Epic Online Services stuff, what they've done with the store is they built a solution that people can use regardless of platform. So, Google, Apple, anything. But more than that, it doesn't need to be the literal Epic Games Store. That's because web shops can basically run on their infrastructure, and that will let any developer go outside Apple's payment system with no fuss. Yes, Tim Sweeney's definitely taken this one personal, and you know what? Anyway,
he should. And also, like, I'm glad, like, I mean, Epic has done things that I've, like, disagreed with in the past. Like, especially, like, the way that they incentivize their launcher. And I even, by the way, just so you guys know, I was in the trenches. I met a guy at an industry function that worked at Epic, and I complained to him about every problem that you guys have with the Epic Game Store. I brought it right to him. And I said, here's my phone number, you want to text me, I can help you fix this. Listen, this is not good. Nobody likes this. It's annoying. Gamers hate this shit. And so that was it. I just want to let you know that I put the word in. I did my best.
Draven out. are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
A few years ago, this was one of the most popular champions in League of Legends.
For very long, maybe he actually turns it back and
Exile?
a true top run.
But now, she's completely forgotten. She just couldn't compete with all the new crazy champions. At least that's what I thought a few weeks ago, because I went on a quest to find the most difficult combos for champions that no one plays anymore. And to prove that they can still keep up, I'm gonna keep playing until I do them all. In real games. Starting with a champion that had the biggest fall in popularity, Zoe. Her Q deals more damage the further it goes, so at long range it's one of the highest damage abilities in the game. But it's not easy to aim. One way to guarantee it is to use Flash, a blink ability at the last second to catch enemies off guard. I didn't think my little break from League would make me worse, but even this simple thing gave me a lot of trouble. It took me 5 more games to do it, but I'm sure just because I had to learn how Zoe works. But it was only after a few games and a bit of research that I found this. Zoe's E is her most hated ability. If it hits an enemy, it makes them sleep for 2 seconds, and while they sleep, your Q deals even more damage. What's crazy about it is that you can extend its range by using it through a wall, and easily hit enemies that are way out of your screen. And up. But to get this weird combo, we have to combine it with ult. It's a simple teleport that takes Zoe back after 1.5 seconds. One thing that came to my mind instantly is using it to trick champions that follow your character, like Zed or Master E. Now we can go back to this weird combo. This is how it works, right? You use E at the end of your ult, and then it will extend your bubble range. It's really precise, and it's a little bit easier if you use Q as well, like ult Q E. This one wasn't difficult, I mean, I just had to hit a single E. And honestly, it was supposed to be this quick showcase of a cool mechanic, but for some reason, it took me 10 more games to complete this one. Okay, yeah, that's it. So now, let's move on to an actual difficult combo. If done perfectly, it makes E completely undodgeable. The idea is that if you use the second part of Q, after E, it hides its animation. Now, if you combine it with Flash and ult, you get this. Honestly, I was a little scared that I already played 15 games and the hardest combo was still ahead. So this time I practiced for an hour. Okay, maybe I wasn't in my peak form, but I knew I could make it up in training. And it just worked. In my first game, I already got a good try. In game 3, another one, and 2 games later, one more. I trained so much I could do it perfectly every time. I just had to hit it a single time. And finally, in game 7, I did this. Okay, wait, oh! Yeah, I think I did it. That's it. Oh. 25 games for the easiest combo wasn't that bad, so I was really confident I can keep going. But honestly, maybe I wouldn't, if I knew what was coming next. Rise. He's such a weird champion. He's supposed to be this burst mage, but he got a slow teleport on his ult. Just why? His basic kit looks fairly simple, but it gets more complex the more you play him. It's all about upgrading his abilities with E. So if you use Q after E, it'll do more damage. If you do it with W, it'll root. The first thing I realized is that you can actually use Q first, then Flash, and it will land first, giving you empowered Q. It was already quite difficult, so I missed the first few tries, but as you'll see later, I had to play way too many Rise games, so eventually I got really good at it. Now let's look at that awkward ult. It's a portal that teleports you after 2 seconds. I still don't get the idea behind it, but I'm sure I can do something with it. Obviously it's a decent escape too. Oh, that was close. But it actually feels really good to pop your ult and one-shot someone just as it teleports you. What's even better though, is using it to dive enemies. This one's difficult because you need to know your damage pretty well, but once you get more confident, it just feels like you're the best Rise in the world. Okay, I'm doing it. Yeah, I also found out that you can cancel his ult with Rico to bait enemies. It's mostly useless, but when it works, it just breaks their ankles. Oh, oh god. Overall, I played 15 games with Rise, and honestly, I changed my mind. He's kinda fun. That being said, he's still kinda clunky. Wait, I have another idea. What if I use this next to a wall? I just found a final boss of Rise combos. The idea is simple. I use his ult next to a thin wall. At the last possible moment I flash, one-shot someone and come back. What makes it really cool is that the enemy can't see the ult animation at all. But it's basically a standard Rise combo with ult and flash, so it can't be that difficult, right? Well, I started playing, but in the first 8 games, I didn't try it a single time. Okay, I thought it's gonna take a few games. Next 7 games and still nothing. I don't know guys, I think I should just commit harder. 10 more and not a single try. I really didn't know what's going on. I mean, in practice I was doing it every single time, but in game, I couldn't even try it. Well, now is probably a good time to tell you that before recording this video, I had a 9-month break from League. But honestly, I didn't think it would affect my gameplay that much. And while my mechanics were still quite good, my confidence was at the all-time low. Each time I saw an opportunity, I would just panic and walk away. In the next 5 games, I had a few good setups, but I couldn't do it. I knew at some point I'll get it back. But I really didn't want to play another 100 games. So from now on, I decided to try the combo for 10 minutes after each game. I didn't just want to learn it. I wanted to do it every single time with my eyes closed. And after 10 more games, it slowly started working. I got a few decent tries, but in all of them I used flash too far from the wall. So I kept playing, and after 5 games I got another one. In game 61 I got one more, and in game 65 I got really close to the best dragon steal of my life. I got so many attempts, it had to happen at some point. And then, in game 70, I finally did it. Huh? That's it? But after so many games, I really wasn't happy with this one. I mean, it worked, but this guy would die anyway, and I just didn't feel like I accomplished anything. So yeah, I went for another one. But I guess somehow this unlucky combo made me decent at League again, because in the next game, it happened again. Oh yes, finally! Oh, I was so good! It wasn't perfect, but I didn't care. I felt really happy, but at the same time I already played 100 games and I knew that the worst was coming. Queen's playstyle is all about her passive. Every 8 seconds a mark appears over the closest enemy, and hitting it deals more damage and gives you attack speed. But 8 seconds is a long time, so you can use Q or E to apply a new mark. Q is a skill shot that blinds, and E is a backflip that knocks back enemies. She also has her W that gives you vision, and ult that just makes her fast. So it's an ADC with support abilities. I can see why no one plays her. First, I tried experimenting with Q and flash. Turns out if you have enough attack speed, you can flash just after Q, and her auto will land before Q, allowing for 2 quick attacks. But her E is probably the most interesting ability. With the right placement, you can use it to jump over walls. Then I realized that you can flash just after using E to get 2 quick auto attacks. Oh, that was cool. So I tried to combine those tricks into the hardest combo possible, and this is the only thing I could come up with. So I started playing, and I got a few decent tries in my first few games, but it didn't really make sense. I mean, it was just a first trick with E at the end. Yeah, I don't even know I'm trying this. Let's just look for something else. But that might have been a mistake, because a few minutes later, I found probably the hardest mechanic yet. For some reason, E applies the mark with a tiny delay. So if you do it really precisely, you can squeeze in the first auto before the mark. Now we have to talk about her ult. When used, it gives you a lot of movement speed, but when you go out of it, it applies a mark. So if we use E out of ult and then squeeze in the auto, we should be able to proc 2 marks almost instantly. It doesn't look that impressive, but it's by far the hardest one in this video. Just to put it into perspective, after 15 minutes of Rise combo, I could do it 9 out of 10 times. In this one, I was 1 out of 10 even after an hour. Oh, that's precise. So I started playing and expected another 50 games, but I guess the training paid off, because in the next game, I had my first good try. And then... What did I do? Wait, there's no way, right? Let's see. Here... Yeah, this is E and the first proc should be around here. Yeah, this is the first proc, you can see it here. And then a little further, yeah, it procs again. Yeah, that's perfect, like what? There's no way I did it my first try. Oh. Yep, that's it. I did it on game 1 on my first try. And after 75 games of Rise, I played only 5 games of Queen to get all of those clips. I really didn't know if my skill came back or if the combo was just too easy. What it gave me was the confidence to go for the last combo with the least popular champion right now, Ivern.
I can be thorny too.
He has been in the bottom 5 in popularity for years, and I can see why. He's a weird Riot experiment that was supposed to combine support and jungle roles, and he actually does that quite well. The problem is he's just not that fun to play. I immediately focus on his abilities, looking for even the smallest idea of a combo. I'm sure if we look close enough there is something fun about them, right? I started with his E, which is a basic shield that explodes after 2 seconds. When you build AP, it can deal some decent damage, so I tried flashing at the last second before it procced to catch enemies off guard, and it was fine, nothing amazing. His Q allows him to jump to anything it hits. If you're close to an enemy, you can right click instead of clicking Q again, and it makes Ivern jump away, making it a great escape tool. Wait, do I win that? Oh, what? You can even do it over walls. Okay, I'm actually having fun on Ivern, that's crazy. And I didn't even look into Daisy yet. On ult, Ivern summons Daisy.
Meet my friend Daisy.
Every 3 attacks she can knock up enemies. You can also shield her, and she uses Q snare to jump to enemies as well. Wait, maybe we can fight now? Go Daisy, go. Wait, what is this damage though? Oh! For some reason she procs on hit effect, so something like press the attack or even Gnasher Tooth are surprisingly good items on Ivern. And that's basically it. He is the least popular champion right now, so it made sense that he didn't have any difficult combos. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't have any ideas left. I was hoping I could end this video with like a crazy combo, but I can keep trying, but you know, it's Ivern, like what am I supposed to do? But I couldn't just leave it like that. And even if I already played 100 games, I had to find something. Not only for Ivern, but also to prove myself that I can still do those crazy combos. So I went back to practice too, to brainstorm a last mechanic. And after 30 minutes, I got a really bad idea. Okay, let's see. What if I do this right now? Oh, whoa. Oh, I think we got something. It doesn't look that impressive yet, but if you combine it with other mechanics, it's probably the only difficult Ivern combo you will ever see. We start by using Q at max range. Its cooldown is reduced by half if it hits a monster, so we have to use it on a jungle camp. Just as Q hits, we use E. Both Q root and E end after 2 seconds, so just before it happens, we have to flash so E can do damage, and then Q before it runs out. Now, if we did everything correctly, Q should be back up, so we can use Q again during that flight. Then we can E again and Q back to the enemy just as it explodes. But you might already see a big problem with this one. To even try it, you need at least 150 haste. Haste in League reduces your ability's cooldown and you can get it by buying items. Our problem is that most items in the game give 20 to 25 haste, making 150 only reachable if you have full build. But in my first 20 games I got close to it only once and I didn't even try the combo. How long could it really take? I mean, eventually I would play a game long enough to try it, right? I'm not even sure it's possible. It's been like 40 games and I had 2 tries. Honestly, I might just call it. Maybe there's no point. And it probably would end here, if not for one lucky event. I played a single game of Ultimate Spellbook, just for fun. It's basically a normal game of League, but you get additional ultimate ability. What I didn't realize before is that they added a small feature that changes everything for our combo. They call it accelerated games, and what it does, it makes earning gold faster. It was the last thing I was missing. Now I could get to this magical 150 haste almost every single time. With 2 weeks of the mode left, I knew I could do it. I just had to play enough games. I finally got my excitement back, and in game 1, I had my first decent try. Okay, I'm getting there. Then 4 games later I had another one, and in game 62, one more. I thought it would be over by now, but at least we're getting some good attempts in. It has to happen soon. The biggest problem wasn't even the difficulty, it was just really hard to find a place to use it. Another 10 games went by, and I started getting a little worried. I know it's gonna happen, I just really don't know if I can play another 50. In game 80 I got to try it again, but I completely missed, and for the next 20 games, nothing happened. I mean, I was really trying, but each try was getting worse and worse. Oh, that was so bad. In game 101, I had another try, but it wasn't even close. I really didn't know if I should continue. I mean, I can't just keep playing forever. Okay, I care way too much about it. I'm so stressed. I don't think I can keep going like this, you know. I think I'll just burn out again. Today I played like, what, 15 games? I mean, it's way too much, but I'm just afraid I won't make it. I was really tired, so I decided to just give up. It didn't feel great, but at this point I had no choice. Okay, I think I'm just gonna play 5 games per day. Just give those games full focus, and if it works, it's gonna be perfect. But if it doesn't, I guess I still have a cool story to tell. And even if I didn't fully believe it, something changed, cause in the next 5 games, I had 5 more tries. With only 3 days left, I was finally getting it, and Ivern felt stronger than ever. I wasn't playing better, I was just using every opportunity I got. In game 114, I had another really close try. Oh, that was so close! Oh. And in game 115, a day before the deadline, this happened. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh, should I even count it? I don't know, I guess I did it, but I wasn't great. But with 1 day left, I decided to end it here. There was no way I could do it again, and this one was good enough. I mean, I'm happy. I wish it was a little bit better, but at least I got it done. So I moved on to the editing process, and since this is my comeback video, I wanted it to be perfect, so it took a long time. But just as I was finishing it, I saw that another game was gonna release soon. Earth was coming back, and this time I wasn't gonna miss my opportunity. In my first game, I already had a really good try. Yeah, it's gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen. In game 2, one more. And a few games later, I did this. Wait, what am I doing? In game 5, it almost happened. Let's go. Oh. And in game 7, after 122 games of Ivern, I finally did it. Okay, maybe now let's try it. Oh, wait, I can't. Oh! Did I do it? Wait. Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, we're done. We're done. That took so long. Oh, that feels so good, by the way. Oh, wow.
I'm wearing lots of belts. For no reason at all.
An enemy has been slain.
World War III canceled as Ukraine demilitarizes Putin's Russia. So Ukraine basically pulled a massive, like, honestly, whenever I saw this...
You've got to see this. Ukraine just pulled off one of the most covert, daring military operations you'll ever see. They put FPV attack drones in the roofs of cabins that were mounted on trucks and then driven into Russia by Russian truck drivers. Those Russian truck drivers then drove these attack drones deep into...
Wait, I didn't know it was the Russian truck drivers that did it. Oh, God.
...to Russia as far as 3,000 miles from the Ukrainian border. When the signal was given, the roofs of these cabins opened up and the drones flew out. The drones damaged or destroyed 41 of Russia's Tu-160 bombers, known as the White Swans. These are some of Russia's most deadly and capable weapons in their war.
Not really. I mean, if you get your shit destroyed by a flying lawnmower, I mean, like, you wouldn't think maybe you should put this, like, I don't know, like at least in like an aircraft hangar or something.
Against Ukraine.
Yeah, not anymore. I looked at these clips here, like this. And this made me, this is like an advertisement in my mind for me to like, oh yeah, I never finished playing Stalker 2. I need to go back and play Stalker 2 because I got like halfway through the game. I never beat it. And like Stalker 2 is a Ukrainian game. And I was like, oh man, bro, like maybe I should play that game again in celebration of like, you know, Ukraine. Like, I mean, I don't view Russia as like everybody in Russia is evil, but I think Russia is the aggressor in this conflict. And so when Ukraine's able to fight back, I'm in support of that, especially whenever they're attacking a military installation. So that's my viewpoint. I don't want to get into it too much, right? And I know it's really complicated, and I might not be the most educated, but based off of the way that I've seen it and the years that I've seen the things evolved and everybody, I even know people from Ukraine, talk to them, and I've heard how they were, you know, like Zepla, I think is a great example, right? A lot of us know Zepla from Final Fantasy. She was displaced. She used to live in Ukraine, and she was displaced from Ukraine. She had to leave Kiev. And her shit got stolen, and so a lot of us, we actually know a person who was directly materially affected by this in a serious way, right? Like, I mean, so like at that point, Like, it's very hard for me to think about it from the other perspective. It is. But anyway, when we say fuck Russia, we mean fuck the ones who are running it. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, I totally, I know all the Russian citizens, like, they don't all support this, right? And a lot of them that do are probably just victims of propaganda. And I mean, I get it, I understand it, sure. So Ukraine had this massive fucking attack today. Anyway, I can go back and I can talk about that, but let's just go through and look at this here. And where is it? Ukraine just mounted an attack that marks a turning point in the history of warfare. Hundreds of drones were pre-deployed and then struck 40 aircraft 1,000 kilometers inside of Russia. Oh my God. They have a fucking video of this? So is this like actually a drone that's flying into the Russia base? I love how this is recorded on, like, it's like he has OBS on the monitor here. Holy shit. And Chuck Norris? Yeah, sure. This will be a mission in Call of Duty for sure. Yeah, I think so. I want to see this. So you can see all of them. They're already smoking and burning up. Holy fuck, man. It didn't work long on that? Yeah. They're fiber optic controlled. Is that true? I mean, the thing is that this is a thing. I think that a lot of these things, I mean, as far as I know, I could be misinformed on this. Oh my, well, actually, I'm just going off on a tangent. Look at the I was gonna say ships. Look at the what are the planes? The planes. Look at the planes. They're fucking destroyed. Yeah, these look like bombers to me. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, but like, whenever I was like playing video games as a kid, if you saw one of these, it was like, uh-oh, all right, get underneath the bridge or something, right? Holy shit, man, this is incredible. And so they destroyed 40 of these fucking things? Wow. Well, I think this really goes to show, like, I mean, you can have these massive aircraft that are piloted by people, or you can have this smaller machine thing that is just infinitely more effective. And you're seeing this drone warfare play out. Like, I mean, you saw very, very early versions of it in, like, the Iraq War, right? But, like, then you see it now. Like, there are certain militarized police things here in the U.S. that we have that are effectively drones, right? Like that one robot that I found, etc. And cost is everything. Yeah, exactly. Think about how much cheaper this is. And also how much less risk it has.
Minions have spawned.
You can see videos of swaths of exposed fiber optic cable. The only thing it did ensure there won't be any peace anytime soon. It will make Russia retaliate harder.
Executed.
I can see your point. I understand it. But Russia has attacked Ukraine very recently. Didn't Russia attack Ukraine like 3 days ago or something like that? I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, and Ukraine, this is one of the first times that Ukraine has like really gone super inland inside of Russia to attack them pretty much at all. Like, I mean, it's happened before, but like, I think this is definitely, this to me is like the largest data point of it happening so far. Like, it's the third time? Yeah. And so, like, not on this scale, right? Yeah, this is a massive upscaling of it, right? Russia will attack regardless, right? And so, like, if Ukraine playing the defensive role would have worked, it would have worked in the last 3 years. At a certain point, like, I don't think anybody wants a war, right? But I don't think you can fault Ukraine for fighting back after so many years of this not happening. There already is. Yeah, there already is a war. Like, Russia brought the war to Ukraine. At least, and this is also, keep in mind, there are no houses anywhere here. There's no apartment buildings. There's no, you know, like, schools being destroyed. There's no collateral civilian damage. This is a military base, and they're destroying military aircraft. Like, I mean, we're talking, really, like, I mean, this is zero casualties. Yes, exactly. Zelensky wants the war? I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I don't. I know why people say that. I don't agree with that.
Did you miss it?
Russia will retaliate and attack civilians. Yeah. Is it going to show the explosions here? Wait. So he's just getting ready to... I mean, don't they have the... Doesn't Russia have, like, some sort of, like, anti-drone thing? I mean, I know that we had this... I mean, we had this in Pearl Harbor. That was, like, years ago. Don't they have, like, some sort of, like, thing? I guess not. Shouldn't they have, like, a few guys just, like, sitting out there with a machine gun? Like, hey, what the hell? What? Pop! Okay. Never mind. All right, we're good. Yo, only in Moscow? SAM turrets? Yeah. Oh, man. It's called the Iron... the Iron Net? It's the Iron Window. You just go right through it. Google VEO is really good. No way. It's just no way you're actually just going to land this drone on here and blow it up. Oh, don't mind if I do. Let me just go ahead and, warning, no data up. Yeah, look at them all. Yeah, let me just sit right about over here, and then, boom, wow. We won the war. Russians don't give a fuck about their planes? What is this? Russians don't give a fuck. Damn. Damn. They certainly give a fuck. I mean, I would give a fuck, yeah. And, yeah, the wing got destroyed or anything like that. Not to be xenophobic, Russians reportedly shown to be retarded. Long ago, civilians were dragging sea mines onto the beach. No, Americans would do that too. It's not Russians being stupid. It's just, no, Americans would easily drag sea mines onto the beach. Yeah, no, I could, you really think that's not gonna happen? Absolutely, that's what it would be. And so, yeah, and 100% America. I think Chinese are probably, I think most people would do that. So this will be in the textbook. Russia secretly delivered FPV drones and wooden mobile cabins into Russia. Bro, did they pull... Is this the Ukraine version of the pagers? The drones were hidden under the roofs of the cabins, which were later mounted on trucks. At the signal, the roofs opened remotely. Dozens of drones launched directly from the trucks. What, like a wasp nest? An actual Trojan horse. Yes, no, you're right. Let's watch it.
Откуда взлетает, ничего не понятно, блядь. Вот он, клоун, блядь. Оба ни с того ни с сего, сука. Оба. О дела, блядь. Ёб твою мать, до чего техника дошла? А нахуя мы работаем за рулем-то, блядь?
True.
Лучшим коптером.
Well, that's only one, though. I want to see like 5 come out.
О, блядь. А, это менты сшибают его, прикинь? Это какой-то...
Why is there random... Why is it every time that I see a video in Russia, there's somebody firing a gun? Why is this just what you guys do over there? Like...
Did you miss it?
They're shooting the drones? Did they get it?
Менты промазали нахуй. Ёбаный, он опять туда полетел, сука, в эту гущу. Вот еще один, сука, пидорас. Вот он, еще один пидорас.
Another one. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Another one.
Коптер опять взлетел. Откуда?
Never mind. Is it baldy tag? Yeah, I don't know. I never noticed it. Yeah, I don't think he even shot. Did he even get it? He did not even show himself shooting it. You waited that long? I don't know what the hell he's saying. And let's see, is there any more of these? Ukrainian operation against Russia is a wake-up call on the era of drone warfare. One said Ukraine doesn't have any cards. He proved them wrong. 5 aces. Playing with a stacked deck, bro. That's it. Yeah, I guess so. AI, there's 4 aces? Not anymore, bro. Not anymore. And all diamonds. That's right, boys. And he has the cards. I guess so. I mean, World War III as Ukraine demilitarizes Putin's Russia. I mean, I'd be surprised. Like, I wonder if I mean, Russia has to have drone technology like this too. I mean, they have to. And so, and this is the other one right here. There's people laughing in the background. Is this where it blows up? Jesus, look at that. Wow. Yeah, from Russia, or some from China. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, right? They're buying Iranian drones. Yeah, and Putin's air power is crumbling faster than he can spin it. Every bomber downed is assigned, his grip is slipping. Resilience, tech, and will, that's what wins. Ukraine keeps hitting deep, and they're losing control, no surrender. Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? Wow, what a day. More, please. Yeah, exactly. And it's crazy how... What's so crazy to me about this is that I bet this drone was like $4,000. And the plane was $4 million. Wait, it was wait. What aircraft is this that they're blowing up? Yeah, what is the value of this aircraft? Sorry, what type of aircraft is this? It's a TU-87, TU-95 Bear. Okay, I'm gonna just. How much does it cost to make a TU-95 Bear? 1950s, okay. Well, how much money? It costs $14 million? Equivalent to 100 and... So, let me get this straight. These people blew up a $50 million airplane with a flying lawnmower? Oh no, and 40 of them? Oh my god, that's fucking poetic. This is insane. No, like aluminum breaking diamonds. I know, this is insane. Yeah, it blew up 40 of them. Think about that. That's billions of dollars. Look at this. Seems destroying Russia's strategic bombers was enough for Ukraine. The city of Samorsk that houses Russia's nuclear submarines is no longer not violently exploding. No longer not violently. What does that mean? Yeah, bro, I gotta play Stalker 2 again. Yeah, we're gonna reinstall that tonight. I feel like it's time. Probably bad translation. Yeah, I'm not sure. But, man, that's fucking funny. This one's fake? You think it's fake? Is that it? Well, let's take a look and see. Oh, this is... I already saw this one before. And if there's any of the other ones to look at here. I don't think that's real, is it? I don't think it is. Anyway, let's see if I can find some more of these. This is more footage right here. Ukraine carries out the biggest ever swarm drone attack on multiple Russian airfields. They destroyed 40 aircraft, and they destroyed deep inside the bases. Wow. Oh my god. Well, there it is, boys. That's crazy. I mean, we do really want Russia to get desperate right now. They do have nukes. Do we really want Russia to get desperate, though? They have nukes. I think that Ukraine denuked, right? I think that they denuclearized in like 1993 or something like that. I'm pretty sure they did. There's something like that. I don't remember like all the years or anything like that. Not really. Well, I thought that they did. They did 1994. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, and they did, ironically, because they were assured protection. Oh, fuck. Damn. Holy fucking shit. Let's see here. Secret Service of Ukraine estimates Russia's losses today as a result of spiderweb operation. Let me see what it says, spiderweb operation. Because they're probably going to be using that term, and I can see if I can look it up myself. This is a new page. Did they really say anything about this? The TU-95 and TU-22 bombers. Yeah, this is all the ones that we saw before. and 117 drones. So basically, let's say each drone is $1,000, and that's apparently a lot. Like, you know, the cost of getting it there and everything. Let's say you put everything together, it's $1,000. So they spent basically 120K, like rounding up. And no, I guess 5K. A drone is 5K. $4.8 billion. That's how much Russia lost from this. $4.8 billion.
Там полыхает все. О, господи, еще раз, девочки, еще.
He played both sides. Yeah, not a surprise there. Let's see here. Where's the other one? So is this the map? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Yeah, I'll be honest, I have no idea. So this is this. So I guess this is where it ended up, right? So this must be. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, no one can. I don't know what it says. 780 kilometers. Wow. Oh, I see it. It's right there. Holy shit. Let's see. I'll find the rest of these here. Okay. God damn. This is crazier than you know. The anti-jamming technology is next level. The company I know the company that made it, Raytheon, will do anything to get their tech. Well, what's insane is that Russia didn't already have this. That's what's insane about it. Is like, especially like, I mean, to think about you had all these planes. It's basically like I mean, you have like all of these $50 million planes that are lined up, and you don't have any sort of anti-air, anti-drone technology around it at all. Like, you can't jam fiber optic cables. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, even if you could, like, they would be able to, like, couldn't you just identify, like, yeah, there's a bird out there or something? I mean, I don't know what the fuck, right? It feels like every... Am I the only person that's gotten the same vibe? And, like, I expected whenever this war started, and I think that a lot of people expected this, I expected this war to be over in, like, 3 days, and Russia to just totally roll Ukraine over. That's what I thought was going to happen, right? I thought they were going to just totally destroy them. And I feel like this entire thing... I think it really changed my perspective on how powerful and how big, like, Russia's military really is. Because it feels like it's definitely more of a paper tiger than I would have expected. Yeah, am I crazy for thinking that makes Russia look weak? Yeah, I think it makes them look really weak. They're 80% propaganda? Well, maybe I bought 20% of the 80%. Yeah, I don't know. Surprising for them too. Yeah, exactly, right? New weapons are very good for defense rather than offense. They got nukes from the Soviets. Their army is shit. It seems that way, yeah. Per Fox News, the White House told Fox News that President Donald Trump and his administration were not warned of the attack ahead of time. I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I'm kind of... yeah, Trump built for it. I mean, like, Trump said that he was going to get... Like, I feel like Ukraine has... They haven't really... I feel like they probably could have attacked and done more of this, but they probably haven't, because they thought that there would be peace talks and they were trying to just play defense and hopefully be able to get concessions or something like that. And it's like at a certain point, right? I mean, like, Trump said he was going to have the war ended, you know, the first day he was president. That didn't happen. And at a certain point, I mean, like, there's people dying constantly. And I don't think that you should discount the reality that this actually, I do think, is demoralizing for Russians. Because I think that Russians, whenever they see this, and they see a bunch of flying lawnmowers deleting multi-million-dollar bomber planes, and they think, oh my god, how do we let this happen? The level of patriotism there is going to be at a pretty low level. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just me, but like, I would, if I saw that, I'd be like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, $350 million each. A lot of different numbers are being thrown around, but the number, it seems like they're at least over 20 million, right? And probably way more than that. Now they have nukes. The rest of the equipment is spread for defense across all of Russia. Basically, no tanks, no bombers. Russia will do now because their doctrine about using nukes is clear. This is not a joke. Either the war is either over or they're watching escalation. I think that, in my opinion, I feel like using nuclear weapons will polarize everybody in the entire world against whoever uses them. Like, whether it's America using them, China using them, Pakistan using them, Russia using them, I feel like literally everybody will be against you, and you will be seen as, like, yeah, it's you against the world, right? Exactly. Like, that's literally, like, I don't even think China would support them in that regard. Like, maybe you might think that they will. I don't think that they will. I don't think they will, and if that happens, that would change everything. Even internally? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I don't see nuclear weapons, like, I don't see nuclear weapons ever being used. Maybe this is me being naive, and I think that definitely could be the case, but I personally don't imagine this happening. Look, read it. Give me a minute. Let me pull this guy up. Ukrainian military FPV drones typically cost between $200 and $500 each, with some sources estimating up to $1,000 for the more advanced models. This contrasts sharply with the cost of the sophisticated military equipment, like the Tu-95 MS strategic bomber, which would cost over $100 million. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Wow. That's a lot of money to waste, huh? Jesus, how many people will fall off the windows by accident? Probably some guys driving trucks would. And administration, White House was not aware it was coming. I mean, again, I don't blame Zelensky for not telling Trump, and I think that honestly, Trump can't expect Zelensky to just sit there and, again, because he has to make sure that he's doing the right thing for his people, right? He's ultimately the president of Ukraine, and his main responsibility is to serve the people of Ukraine and to look out for their best interests. And working with Trump and trying to play ball with Trump and waiting for Putin to come around, which apparently just hasn't happened, especially after they recently attacked. I mean, at a certain point, guys, like, he's got to do what's best for his country. So in the war, he's not willing to. And the reason why he's not willing to is because them ending the war means that they will probably lose part of Ukraine. That's the reason why. Russia has now started targeting Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Oh, boy. So we've got a big... oh, my fucking... we got a big day today. Holy shit. They've been doing that? Yeah, I mean, well, this is like, I don't know. Well, what's this here? You could level London and shine is off. They started doing it for years? Yeah. This is bad. And not new. It's fake. Oh, you think that's fake? Okay, well, maybe you're right. And let's see if I can find the rest of these. I hope Russia will respond to Ukraine in the best possible way. I support Russia. Okay, and let's see here if I can find a few more of these. Yeah, here's some more of the drones right here. Imagine, bro, like this thing that sounds like a fucking, like a bumblebee is just destroying your fucking $100 million planes. I'd be so fucking mad. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, like, you know, like back in StarCraft, where like you would spend all your money to like make like High Templar or something, and then like they would send in those suicide Zerg and just kill all of them, and it would be like fucking, it was like, you know, 50 crystals and it destroyed all of your guys. Yeah, I'd be, yeah, the Banelings, exactly. I'd be losing my fucking mind.
11. Смотри, что творится, я не знаю даже, что это сейчас взорвалось.
100% demoralizing? Yes.
Где?
If you were Zelensky, would you want to surrender to Russia when you've been farming them like this for 3 years? Well, I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. Honestly, I mean, a lot of his people are getting killed there too. And, oh boy. Let's see if I can find a few more of these images. And this is the, so they lost a nuclear submarine. Russia's gonna release orange-tick missiles. Ukraine and its allies are about to find out soon. Uh-oh. Russia's began targeting Ukraine's capital. This, I'm seeing this post multiple times, right? So, yeah. We'll watch this one again, and I think this will probably be like the last one of these that we can see until new information comes out. Yeah, or Templar. And yeah, it's the same thing. Like, there's another one. Do you remember, like, if you would ever play Zerg, and you would do a massive Zergling rush, and there would just be 2 Archons, and the 2 Archons would just literally kill every Zergling? And it would just be like, all of that time and money and energy and planning just went into it for fucking nothing? Motherfuckers were OP? Yeah, they were.
We are witnessing history, folks. What happened inside of Russia today was part of an operation that took 18 months called Operation Spiderweb. And this was one of those attacks in which we know that when it comes to advancements in drone warfare, this is going to be in the history books. For those who don't know, Ukraine attacked 5 different Russian air bases alongside a Navy base, one of those targets being 3,000 kilometers away. Yeah, that right there is above Mongolia. And their main targets? Going after Russia's strategic bombers, in which we know that over 41 have been hit. Most of them, from the photos and videos we're seeing online, are completely out of commission. So how did Ukraine do this? Well, we're just getting photos and videos uploaded by the SBU, in which we now know how they did it. First, we found out that drones were smuggled into Russia. In this photo, we think there's about a...
driven in by Russian drivers. How did that happen? Did they just, like, not check the back? They're like, all right, drive this truck over to the military base. What's in it? Nothing. Nothing. Much of this empty.
Drones? And then somehow, you could see these containers. These were smuggled in. You could see these things. They got solar panels on them. They removed the tops.
Oh, wait a minute.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So there was a separate compartment at the very top that all the drones were actually in. And so they opened it up and they couldn't fucking see anything. And then somebody presses the button, the top thing opens up, and all these fucking drones fly out. Like, yeah, it's like this is like a magic trick. Do you want to see $5 billion disappear? Watch this.
Of those containers, and they put these drones inside. They then drove these trucks to these different bases. The driver got out, they went back to Ukraine, and those trucks sat there for a couple days. And this is what that looked like. You could see
just
this is
the truck we saw.
Those containers look familiar. Here is the lid. Yeah, the lid slid off, and then you could see the drones like this one here pop up and go right to its target.
Oh my
then Ukraine,
God.
being Ukraine, filmed the entire thing with their drones and then sent that data back to the SBU.
Literal fucking kill cams.
And released it all.
This is literally Ghost Recon Breakpoint? Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of military tech and drone tech, I mean, people have been, like, theorizing about this for years. I mean, science, a lot of things in science fiction do end up happening.
We can all see it, and that way Russia can't be like, oh no, they didn't do that. My friends, this is historic. And remember that in less than 24 hours, Ukrainians will be meeting with Russians in Istanbul to talk about peace. Maybe this will find...
It's a bit awkward, you know? Yeah. Do you think Putin will answer with a bigger answer? I don't know. I actually don't know. It makes no sense for them to divulge how they did this. They have very little chance to do it again. I think that... I mean, really? You really think they don't know? Like, Russian... You really think the Russian know... They're gonna figure this out in, like, 5 minutes. They're gonna figure it out instantly, bro. Like, yeah, they would have known. They would have instantly known. Like, I mean, oh wow, look at this. Oh, so they brought in a bunch of trucks, and then I saw. So the top panel slid up, and then the drones. Okay. Like it's. This isn't some kind of like crazy esoteric, fucking arcane strategy. This is a literal Trojan horse.
Finally move the needle a little bit. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated, so please go ahead and repost my videos and follow me for more.
There it is. And Russians are kings of electronic warfare. This is something truly next generation. No one has been able to jam this new tech. Yeah, somebody said they were fiber optic tech, and that's why they couldn't be jammed. I don't have enough technology information, like knowledge, to like know why that's the case. But that's just what I'm hearing myself. And this is the post right here talking about the amount of it. 34% of Russia's strategic cruise missile carriers, worth around $7 billion, were struck today in a massive drone attack, according to Ukraine's Secret Service. President Zelensky says Ukraine is defending itself, and rightfully so. We are doing everything to make Russia feel the need to end this war. Russia started this war, and Russia must end it. Glory to Ukraine. Man.
Has been slain.
There it is. I mean, I'll tell you this, right? Is that I think especially after like multiple years of like this happening, I mean, Ukraine having a huge W like this, I bet it's probably like really, you know, a huge rallying point for Ukrainian citizens. Massive, massive rallying point. AI will destroy voice actors and gamers will cheer. Yeah, it's about right.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Gary. I'm a voice actor, I'm a gamer, and I'm a PhD in AI voice stuff.
Good
Today
for
I
you.
wanted to talk about the thing that every voice actor is absolutely terrified of. That is actually understanding why AI is predicted to completely obliterate the voiceover industry. And in order to understand this, we actually have to understand something that is seemingly unrelated.
So wait a minute. So the guy that has industry experience as a PhD and also plays video games thinks that the obvious thing that's going to happen? Huh, wow, what a surprise.
To AI, the social side of the voiceover industry. As I'm sure many of you know, there's been a massive controversy with the video game voiceover strike and the Genshin Impact strike. My voiceover mentor, Joe Zisha, who I greatly respect, recently released a video on this topic. So the video got a bit of a mixed reception, and if you ask me, the release of the video was really poorly timed. A lot of people thought the video was biased in favor of the union, and while I don't necessarily agree, I completely understand why they think that. Mostly because while he covered a lot of information about the voiceover union, what it means to go FICOR, and what a Taft-Hartley is, he chooses not to talk about any social aspects of the industry.
Taft-Hartley is the act where they can compel you to go back to work even if you're on strike, and they have to do it within like and you have to work for a certain period of time.
In fact, he even admits it in his own video.
And that brings me to the real tricky part, the social side of things.
It's complex.
Understand that I'm not getting to this here because this is not measurable. It is a feeling. So when we start asking questions like, why doesn't everyone just go FICOR? Or are people being blacklisted for working on non-union games during the strike? These really deal with non-measurable social feelings.
I'm not sure he intended this, but the fact that he chose not to talk about these things may have been more informative than if he had actually talked about them. Because it highlights one specific point. Voice actors cannot speak about the social aspects of the industry, and they will never talk about blacklists. Now, just to clarify, there may be some people who aren't familiar with the entertainment industry lingo who think that a blacklist is a literal list of names. It's not really. As Joe said,
well, I don't know about that. I heard I was on one of those.
The blacklist is mostly just a feeling. If you are on the blacklist, it just means that people will refuse to work with you for any possible reason outside of the merit of your own product. There are plenty of industry leaders who will deny that the blacklist exists, so you won't find very many news articles about it, but you don't need to look very hard to see that.
It doesn't need to, it's not a death note. It's just a group of people that are just widely accepted to be ostracized from the greater group of whatever commercial thing is happening.
blacklist clearly does exist. For example, let's just take a look at what started the whole Genshin Impact fiasco. When voice actor Jacob Takanashi was cast in a role that some other voice actors thought he shouldn't be cast in, they just started blacklisting him immediately. Voice actor Shara Kirby just blatantly said it. You'll never work another job again.
Wait, what? This is gonna be... Oh, it's on Blue Sky. Oh, well, I mean, of course. Yeah, duh. This has got to be the most classless thing I've seen with everything. So this guy makes an announcement that he's going to work on Genshin Impact, and have fun with Genshin. You'll never work on anything else, LMAO. What a great mindset to have. Agree with us and abide by our rules, or we're going to collectively make it to where you can't have a career. I wonder why people don't like them.
Kaylee Mills publicized Jacob's financial information.
This is one small job for him, not his full-time work. It's Karina's bread and butter. He's done so very little voiceover work that it isn't what he's relying on to pay the works. For all we know, his wife's the breadwinner. Either way, they bought a house recently, so I doubt this was a necessary job for survival. It's so funny that these people think that some random man on the internet has to explain to them and fucking tell them why it's okay that he tried to get a job. Who the fuck are you?
Attempt to justify the bullying that Jacob received.
Jesus.
Voice actor Jun Yoon, who is a prominent voice acting veteran, went out of his way to ridicule Jacob by publicly stating that he's blacklisting Jacob from his casting. Honestly,
Jesus, bro. What a bunch of nasty fucks. This is crazy, and these are the ones, these are the people, they're called professionals. Isn't it sad? Why though? Because he didn't want to play game, he didn't want to do what they wanted him to do. They're so deep into their own bubbles? Yeah, I guess so. Why do they all hate Jacob? I'm out of the loop. Because he took a job with a company that they were striking against at the same time. And so they tried to, because they didn't want him to do that, they are trying to like collectively destroy his career.
Seeing June do this was really upsetting to me because up until that point, June was actually one of my idols. Never meet your heroes, right? Within moments of announcing his voiceover
He replaced
role,
a striking actor? Yeah.
Well, the industry started cutting all ties with Jacob. This happens all the time in the industry. In Jacob's case, it was because he had the wrong opinions or did something that people didn't like. Or it might just be because you said something mean to someone or you criticized their work, or maybe they just think you're ugly. There's virtually no way to stop a blacklist from happening, and it's actually an indicator of a much larger problem in the industry. The voiceover industry has no standards. And by standards, I don't mean like a girl doesn't have standards for her deadbeat biker boyfriend. I mean that the industry doesn't have a clear metric to evaluate a good voiceover performance from a bad voiceover performance. We can look at the field of engineering.
Well, I think the reason why is because they don't care about that and they don't want standards because standards could put them at a disadvantage. So a lot of these people don't like standards. You know who hates meritocracy and standards and quantitative measuring? People that would lose because of it. That's the reason why.
For a perfect contrast to this. Let's say two people are building a rocket. One flies 20 feet before crashing, the other flies 50 feet before crashing. That in and of itself is a metric for evaluation.
It is.
Now, it might not be the perfect metric or the metric that you need to evaluate the effectiveness of a rocket, but at the very least, the metric exists. More importantly, it's possible that the guy who built the better rocket is a complete jerk. Now, you can say you don't want to work with the guy because he's a jerk and he's terrible to work with, but you cannot deny that he built the better rocket. All this is just thrown out in the voiceover industry. Their metrics are like which performance is more emotional, which one is more nuanced, which performance is more real or grounded. These things
sounds like a bunch of, you know, we just make this shit up as we go. You know, like, yeah, we're gonna just make up some bullshit.
Aren't really metrics because they're all opinionated. Voice directors or voice actors or casting directors.
They're eating each other in those purity tests? Yeah, of course. That's what these people always do.
Will always claim that they can just hear a performance and know that's the best performance and that's the right one for the job. Put a pin in that claim, we'll come back to that later. But the truth is, one casting director might like one performance, one casting director might like another performance, and you cannot argue which one is better. It happens all the time. And this lack of standards, this conveniently flexible interpretation of what is good and what is bad is exactly why blacklisting happens. Any casting director could just argue that they weren't the right fit for the job, and there is no way to argue against it. And unfortunately, the most important social aspect of the industry is evaluation in casting. Hugh Klitsky, an amazing voiceover coach who I really respect, summarized it really well in a bit of a comedic LinkedIn post. He said this: "You didn't get the job? Here's why. You sounded like the producer's mom. You sounded like the director's ex. You sounded happy, but not the right kind of happy. You sounded too tall or too blonde or too much like everyone else, and so on." If you read through the entire post, you'll notice that there is a reason that it...
Yeah, it just, the reason why is because I just decided why. That's it.
Is missing from that list.
Yep.
Someone else is better than you. Because as an industry veteran, he knows that the industry doesn't have those metrics, at least not in a way that actually matters. Because if you look at the metrics that the voice directors use, nuanced, emotional, grounded, real, you'll also notice that there's one metric that the voice acting industry generally doesn't use. And it's probably the most important metric of all: whether or not the audience likes it. And that's the only...
Isn't that crazy? And this is the problem that a lot of these games have, is that they're so stuck in their own professional bubbles, they forgot what being a professional means. It means that you're selling a product. So the moment that you're not focusing on what the actual customers want, and you're just focusing on like your own invented, like you've created these criteria lists, and now you have everybody accommodating them and listening to them, it's insane. Yeah, like, okay, that's great, but like this isn't really going to resonate. This isn't going to guarantee that people are going to like this.
Only metric that actually matters. Anyone who's been paying attention to AAA video games the past few years knows that the industry, or...
It's actually pathetic to look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows with Expedition 33. It's not even remotely close. It's like looking at like a text-based adventure game and comparing it to The Witcher 3.
At least the video game industry at large tends to use metrics that are inversely correlated with what the audience likes. Often you'll see that the games the industry claims are high quality end up actually being the worst games when rated by the gamers. And unfortunately, the video game voiceover industry is starting to go down the same path. They've used up all their remaining goodwill with the SAG-AFTRA video game strike, and now they're starting to deny that the audience...
Well, the problem is that there is a general lack of empathy for people working in entertainment that have problems with how they're being paid and being treated, because people view entertainment as a luxury profession. So anybody who's complaining about it is just not thankful enough for what they have. That's the reason why it happens.
Is even relevant to the industry's success at all. But when the industry stops caring about how an audience evaluates their product, it always predicts the industry's failure, and worse, predicts their...
What a shock. So this guy, so let me get it straight. The PhD guy has come to the conclusion that
Draven out.
I want to show you guys something though. Remember, this is the push song that we always listen to. This is funny as hell. I have this comment because obviously I have to. But then I was reading the comment section on this video. Watch this, watch this. I can't hear this song without thinking of Aloy's taking turrets. Mundo goes where he pleases. When Mundo reaches level 16 and has 4 items, Warmogs acquired, bro. You guys have taken over the comment section on this video. That's fucking amazing, by the way. I want to show you guys something though. Remember, this is the
Hey man, why does my graphics card have 3 display ports and only 1 HDMI?
That's because they're used for different things.
Explain, computer man.
Well, HDMI has been around for a long time, so a lot of displays use it.
Oh, so it's better.
I mean, not necessarily. HDMI was born for entertainment systems. A lot of its features kind of revolve around that.
What about DisplayPort?
Well, DisplayPort has become more common for computer monitors, replacing HDMI.
Oh, so one is better than the other?
Not really.
So if I want to game on my TV, I should use HDMI?
You kind of don't have a choice. Most TVs only come with HDMI.
But monitors,
they come with both.
Why aren't they equal?
Because HDMI is a brand, and brands take royalties from every assembly made using HDMI.
Wait, that's real?
Look it up.
But HDMI is better because it carries audio though, right?
Oh, dude, DisplayPort also carries audio, but you know what it can't carry, Jared?
Me into Diamond, I know. Hey man, why does my graphics card have 3 display ports and only 1 HDMI?
That's because they're used for...
You spent $7,000 on his birthday last year?
No, that's my dad.
Wait, what? You spent $7,000 on your dad's?
Yes. I had the money at the time.
What the f was the birthday?
It was his 50th. It was his 50th birthday. Nobody else was going to throw it for him. And I took it upon...
Your mom's not there?
No, she passed away.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But I had the money and I wanted to... No, he tried. Sorry, Dad.
So what the $7,000?
The venue, it was a restaurant.
How could this possibly cost $7,000?
Open bar. And the other one was going to be $15,000.
Great, let's choose the neither of those. Do it at a park, do it in a McDonald's. You spent $7,000 on his birthday last year?
No, that was my dad.
Wait, what? You spent $7,000 on your dad's?
Yes. I had the money at the time.
What the f was the birthday?
It was his 50th. It was his 50th birthday. Nobody else was going to throw it for him. And I took it upon...
Your mom's not there?
No, she passed away.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But I had the money.
tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end,
Why do TED Talk speakers all wear these same glasses? I was wearing a pair of Even Reality's G1 glasses. It's a really remarkable product.
I got one to find out and immediately noticed something unusual. But you know, even from just a couple meters away, you can't really tell what's going on because they are just as thin and light as regular designer glasses. So I've been looking into these, and there's 3 things that make them hyper-functional for speakers or CEOs. At number 3 is the invisible teleprompt. With these, anyone doing a presentation doesn't really need to memorize what they want to say anymore. This has an auto-scrolling teleprompt that only you can see. And at 2, we have invisible notifications. Any note you've made or text you receive is viewable by just slightly tilting your head. So on stage or during a negotiation meeting, you can receive crucial intel without having to look down at your phone. And number 1 has to be the design. I own a bunch of smart glasses, but I think these are the only pair that no one would notice. If you want them, these everyday smart glasses are called the Even G1s. Why do TED Talk speakers all wear these same glasses?
I was wearing a pair of Even Reality.
Okay, you cannot this one up. What are you?
Sick.
No.
Hot.
No. What are you that you also make me?
Mentally ill.
Yes, okay, kind of. You can't afford to buy things, so you are?
I'm by myself because you're not there, so I go to you to take your wallet and buy it.
Okay, so what does that make you?
Broke.
Okay, you cannot this one up. What are you?
Sick.
No.
Hot.
No. What are you that you also make me?
Mentally ill.
Yes, okay, kind of. You can't afford to buy things, so you are?
I'm by myself because you're not there, so I go to you.
Finally, something actually my speed. I love these crushing wheel videos. This is going to be so satisfying once it actually hits. Are you kidding me? I'm actually pissed now. Finally, something actually my speed.
I saw a picture recently where like this dude showed a photo of his bathroom and there's like a vent right here on the ceiling and then there's a toilet like right there because the vent is always like right above the toilet. The toilet was exploded and everything was black and the ceiling was black because lightning during a thunderstorm had hit this, traveled down this, and then went into the toilet and then down into ground. It's horrifying. That is a terrifying image. I don't even know if it's real. It freaks me out. Ugh! Like, no, dude. Think about it this way, right? Like, you're sitting in the toilet, your hair starts standing up on end. You're not gonna think I'm gonna get hit by lightning. You're gonna
Customer said her all-in-one combo won't dry. Follow for more. Customer said her all-in-one combo won't dry.
Man, but listen, you can stay for just a few minutes. No way, you got crazy straws? Wait, no, those are the fat mans.
All right, Capri Suns, who's ready to ride Thunder Mountain? Dewey, what the hell are you doing? You know the crazy straws are only for Daddy.
Up yours, old man.
That's it. I'd give you the belt.
Yeah? How about I give you the belt?
Yeah, you heard it.
Take that! I'll drink out of any straw I want, you piece of crap. You hear me?
I need that belt. I'm taking my LinkedIn photo later.
Turns out this thug may actually be useful to me. All right, Rupert. Time to make use of that crude Boston body double. Here we go. Lois, I'd like to request a later bedtime, please. I'm a big boy now, and I think I can make it to 6:45.
Go away, Stewie. Mommy's looking at real estate listings.
I see. All right, then. Your new bedtime is whenever you want. Man, but listen, you can stay for just a few minutes. No way, you got crazy straws? Wait, no, those are the fat mans.
All right, Capri Suns, who's ready to ride Thunder Mountain? Dewey, what the hell are you doing? You know the crazy straws are
Walls are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
Babe, get the strap on, warmed up.
Hey, what's up, man? You guys still open?
We close in literally 2 minutes, so yes, unfortunately.
Ooh, I'm trying to get a car.
Trying to get a car right now? What were you doing all day?
I was at work.
I don't care, bro. What are you trying to get?
An MC20?
God. Oh, next time show up earlier. Come on. Is there MC20 for you? So.
Oh, it's a convertible?
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I just don't like the color.
Did I ask you if you like the color? Or did you like the car? Well, I don't care about the color. I don't have any other colors for you. I don't have no time for this. My girlfriend's at home waiting for me with this. You know what? I'm not even gonna say. Come on, hurry up.
Wait, what about that one?
Boy! All right, Mr. Always Late. You got the 2023 MC20, $271,000 on price. You got the wifey fee.
Wifey fee?
My wifey is pissed off at me because I hung up on her and I'm late. So.
Oh.
Then you got the side chick fee.
Side chick fee? I thought you had a wife.
I do, but I also have a side chick and I gotta cancel on her because I'm late.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. You got the taxes.
Whoa. What is that? What is the tax?
It's just tax. Can you relax? $386,000.
I mean,
you're gonna take it. What? You don't have a choice, but if you try to walk out of here, I'm gonna grab you by your neck and babe, get the strap on, warmed up.
Hey, what's up, man? You guys still open?
We
just wanna be loved.
Shut down.
I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally reduce their work.
I am not gonna turn into my dad. I now like grilling. I now like mowing the lawn. I now like being in the garage by myself. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, my knee is killing me. I need some shoes that are more comfortable. I need some sunglasses that look cool. I need some shorts with more storage. Have you seen egg prices these days? Have you seen gas prices these days? Have you seen the prices of prices these days? Golly! Shut the door, you trying to cool the whole neighborhood? God. I turned into my dad. Doctor finally let me get a CPAP machine. I am not gonna turn into my dad.
Cheese grommet. Imagine if you could get a golden remover from an orb. No, because then it'd have to be like a gold orb, and then it wouldn't be as good as the gold orbs. Never mind. Alright, let's get rid of this Garen. He deals true damage, though. We actually do need to get rid of him like ASAP. Get rid of him, get rid of him. Alright. I think my Shen should guts me. Oh, this player's got like ghostly up there. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Alright, nice. Okay, that's my Shen 3. Oh, thank God. It worked last time. I might just be able to like take them out. Yeah, get rid of all these fodder units. Right, am I going onto Yone? Am I going onto Yone? Shen 1v9? I'll be mana reeve.
Back when I was a depressed 17-year-old on Tumblr, I saw a post that said I was 117 and depressed, but now I'm listening to my husband play with our baby in the other room. It does get better. And I never forgot about that. Now I am listening to my husband play with our baby in the other room. He likes his IKEA rat. It's pizza time. 8.5 had an amazing nap, woke up ravenous as ever and had the other half. Life is worth living. Just found out my son went to our newly widowed elderly neighbor's house on Valentine's Day for tea, so she wasn't alone. Somehow I managed to raise an incredible man. If I fail at everything else in life, I will always feel successful thanks to him. I'm 37. Instead of regretting that I can't wake up at age 18 again, I pretend to myself that I'm 90 and I've woken up age 37 again, and that I will get to magically, wonderfully have the next 50 years again. Back when I was a depressed 17-year-old on Tumblr, I saw a post that said I was 117 and
Remember Marquez Brownlee's wallpaper app that everyone was making fun of? Well, I've been using it for the past couple months. It's actually really good. See, at first it was 13 bucks a month, which is crazy for wallpapers. Well, now it's 2 bucks a month, and I think that's worth it. For example, this is the sharpest image I've ever seen. Beautiful. Like, it's not easy to find wallpapers that are this high quality and this sharp. Now, some people don't care about their wallpaper, but I'm a wallpaper guy. I'll sit here and just look at my lock screen for 15 seconds before I unlock it.
My turn. That ain't gonna work. My turn. That ain't gonna work.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm going to a concert later. Oh, cool. What kind of concert? Should I just lie and say a rock concert? A rock concert? Oh, so like Imagine Dragons. Nah. Metallica. No. Linkin Park. Here's the tour poster. Yeah, let me take a look at that.
Hell shows me!
Yeah, it's gonna be so... Where'd he go? Yeah, I'm going to a concert later. Oh, cool. What kind of concert? Should I just lie and say a rock concert? A rock concert? Oh, so like Imagine Dragons.
I just got my hands on the world's smartest
glasses. These are the brand new Even Realities G1, and they're about to change the way that we see the world. They look like normal glasses, right? They can even be customized to your prescription, which is cool. But here's where it gets mind-blowing. They project content right in front of your eyes. So for example, they can provide real-time translation during a conversation right on the glasses. Or you can get directions without ever touching your phone. Imagine your phone is buzzing, but instead of looking down, you just see the notification right in your view. And at any time, you can press and hold the left side to talk to the built-in AI and ask it anything. What really surprised me is they are so comfortable, super lightweight, and they have screwless hinges. When you're done wearing them for the day,
Let me tell you guys what, this sober stream is not hitting right now, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This sober stream is not hitting.
Have you ever done a sober stream though?
Yeah, right now. And let me tell you what, it's not hitting.
For sure.
Shit, at least during the non-sober streams, I feel good. I don't feel good at all right now, bro. Just no golds. Like, I thought we're starting off hot.
Good train, turn off your mic.
Let me tell you guys what, this sober stream is not hitting right now, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This sober stream is not hitting.
Minions have spawned.
Ask me if I'm listening. Hint, I'm not.
Lucian may think you're the enemy, but to me, Thresh, you're only a
First blood.
I'm trying to care.
Don't make this personal. I'm not nice.
Get over it. I know you're tired, you got nothing left to give. You'll find another life to live. I know that you'll get over it. Know it hurts sometimes, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I swear that you'll get over it. I swear that you'll get over it. I know it hurts sometimes, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I swear that you'll get over it. I know you're tired, you got nothing left to give. You'll find another life to live. I know that you'll get over it. I swear that you'll get over it. I know it hurts sometimes, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I swear that you'll get over it. I know it hurts sometimes, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I swear that you'll get over it. I know you're tired, you got nothing left to give. You'll find another life to live. I know that you'll get over it. Oh, it hurts sometimes.
An enemy has been slain.
Another life to live. I swear that you'll get over it. to live. I swear to get over it. I know you're tired, enough to give. You'll find another life to live. I know that you'll get over it.
I hate the way you talk to me and the way you cut your hair. I hate the way you drive my car. I hate it when you stare. I hate your big dumb combat boots and the way you read my mind. I hate you so much it makes me sick. It even makes me rhyme. I hate it. I hate the way you're always right. I hate it when you lie. I hate it when you make me laugh. Even worse when you make me cry.
Rampage.
Shot other guns. Stands for Jinx. Oh, part of the plan. I just made out.
You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
The thing about interviews is that you just have to, I mean, the hardest part is you just have to learn how to relax. You're in there, you're just showing off the things you already know. Your job is not to completely impress them and to blow their socks off. Your job is just to show what you know. So just talk about the things you know. I think often people are trying to say what they think somebody else wants, but that's not like how it goes. You just talk about what you think is right, and that's it. Like, don't try to impress the person. Just do the best job you can do for yourself, and that's it. The thing about interviews is that you just have to, I mean, the hardest part is you just have to learn how to relax.
Whoa, your credit score is what now?
400, man. Yeah.
400?
Yeah, I tried getting pre-approved and it didn't work out.
Pre-approval?
Yeah.
My God, you're pre-declined.
Huh?
Yeah, you're pre-rejected.
What?
Bro, you're pre-repo. The minute you sign, they're gonna take the car. Matter of fact, do you have a social?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have $1?
Yeah.
Okay, come on, I got a car for you. Wasting my time. All right, my guy, I'm gonna get you approved on this bad boy with BCCU.
BCCU? I've never heard of that.
That's the Bad Credit Union.
Oh, they got that?
For people like you, yeah.
Hey, this is a piece of shit, man. It's all busted. Look at this.
Bro, you a piece of shit. You busted up too. You like you even here. Do you want it or not?
I mean, how many miles does it have?
Go look.
Okay. It only has 100,000 miles, man.
No. It's actually 1,000,000 miles. It maxes out at 6 digits. You want it or not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You can walk if you don't want it.
No, I'll take it.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Come on over, scumbag.
All right, my man. So on that 2008 Honda Civic with 1 million miles, you got a price of $3,400. Okay, you got the bad credit fee.
Bad credit fee?
Yeah, you're getting charged for bad credit. You have 99.9% APR.
Whoa, that's a lot, man. I thought the state limit was 30.
Well, I mean, I thought the limit on credit scores was 200, but you got a 120. Then you have the predetermined repo fee.
Predetermined repo fee? What's that?
Well, they're gonna repo your car eventually, so I'm gonna pay for that tow truck somehow. Let me get one signature right there, buddy.
Wow.
Thank you so much. See you in like what, 4 months?
Whoa, your credit score is what?
Have you ever canoodled with one of my friends at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night?
What, y'all know each other? You guys know each other?
Oh, I know so. I know him from a different group chat. I know him from a women's group chat.
Wait, what? Frankly, I don't know who it would be, because there's multiple, so...
Have you ever canoodled with one of my friends at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night?
What, y'all know each other? You guys know each other?
Oh, I know so. I know him from a different group chat. I know him from a women's group chat.
Wait, what? Frankly, I don't know who it would be, because there's multiple.
Hold it.
If I was having a conversation with someone I disagree with in good faith,
Every now and then I get a customer who asks me if I'm going to use their water, and if so, if I can credit them back for doing so. Water has to come from somewhere, right? We can only carry so much on the truck. When your cleaners come to clean your house, you don't ask them to credit you back for the electricity used when they're plugging in their vacuums, do you? I thought not. One time I told this customer that I was going to be $500 to do this particular job, but over $1,000 if I had to leave and come back multiple times to fill up water at my shop. I told the customer that water only costs $2.35 per 1,000 gallons in their area. Needless to say, we used the customer's water. Every now and then I get a customer who asks me if I'm going to use their water, and if so, if I can credit them back for doing so. Water has to come from somewhere, right? We can only carry so much on the truck. When your cleaners come to clean your
PlayStation support versus Steam support.
This is PlayStation support. How can we help?
Hey, so my account got hacked and I can't open it.
Oh, yeah, bad luck, man.
The fuck do you mean bad luck? I need your help.
What the fuck you want us to do? You account?
I spent over $1,000 on games over the last 12 years.
Yeah, well, you should have bought physical books.
What the fuck?
Steam support. How can we help?
Hey, so my account got hacked and I can't open it.
Okay, sir. Any suspicious login?
It says there was a login in Mexico.
We'll have your account in no time.
Okay.
Oh shit!
What's going on?
Oh, hack's been neutralized, sir. Can you log in one more time for me?
Okay. It worked.
Oh, glad it worked, sir. Thank you for contacting Team Support. Have a nice day.
What the fuck?
Oh man, I didn't expect that at all. Too real? Yes, clearly, right? PlayStation support versus Steam support.
What the hell? What happened?
Even love at first sight. That's been my life. You've actually fallen in love at first sight. God. I know instantly whether it's gonna work or not. When you know you even love at first sight.
Was written this, he was a threat, and to what I really enjoyed watching from Supa compared to in the past, how well patience he had, inside his game, like before you would see him try to go for the power plays, right? But right now you could see him, he was more careful of his position, he was more careful about the uses of his cooldowns, and he was not afraid to pull the trigger, I want to think that talking with people in the past, of course, Peter, you know better than me, right? With Jojo, that Jojo, when he's also winning, he's also giving that extra confidence boost to his teammates, right? Yeah. So I want to say that watching Supa going for the super plays is a very big effect of Jojo having so much comfortability in this series too, But also I want to point out how good Alvaro played those series. I think Alvaro, also those series, compared to the G2 series, which I think it was a bit of a catalyst about the laning phase too, right? I think Alvaro had, I remember his rel was phenomenal. He was all over the place. He was perma-engaged. He was doing everything. Honestly, he was making Vlad's game hard. He was making Kalista not being able to abuse his lane. He was there to punish Kalista on every mistake he would make, like every misposition he would make, every small extent he was there to punish. And I think when the mid and the support are in the zone like this, the ATC is, of course, it's going to follow up really easily to that, But Supa also, because I wasn't always the biggest Supa fan, personally speaking, He actually performed in those series, and for sure he should get credit for his performance. He played very good with champions, And it was even better that he was willing to play harder matchups too, as long as he's in comfort zone, Alvaro was helping make these matchups more playable in lane, like he wouldn't go neck too much, But he was also not given the mistake, as you very well you said, Peter. So yes, props also goes to Supa for this series.
I mean, just as a thing, like the first 3 games, right? Like Zaya losing matchup in Tezzero, Kai'Sa losing matchup early into Kalista, right? Senna. So Senna's been changed enough since I've retired, so I don't know if it's still losing to Varus in lane, but I assume it's still losing to Varus.
It's still losing to Varus. Still losing to Varus.
Okay. So like he's picking the losing matchups and being fine, right? Which is not something that's happened in the past, and the consistency was often, I mean that you can say Supa's always had good hands, but like his consistency with the lead hasn't always been great, and it was great in the series, right? But yeah, the fact that he's picking these losing matchups is impressive, and I would say Alvaro. Maybe I'm not giving Alvaro enough credit because in my mind, Alvaro is the second best support in the league after Mickey, and like I just expect him to just play well, just normal.
Okay.
So, but he was crazy in that series as well. Alvaro, Super, and Jojo were all like really feeling that.
I think the problem Super has for real is just that, like, he did that stupid interview where he said he was better than Deft before we really knew him as a player. And the problem was that interview would be straight fire if Kalist said that in his first split. The problem is when you say that when you're Super, it's why I always say I always have so much respect for Flackett. Like, he never tries to pretend like he's like the best fucking player. He just knows, like, I'm a good enough player to be an LEC within my game and on my champions, and when the game's right, I can carry, you know, like an actual good player. But I'm not going to, like, say that to Kalista upset, like, I'm just better than you and I'd fucking style on you.